It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda as it is. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, the agenda stands adopted. The first item, already we did that as the opening prayers. Now we may proceed with the second and the main item of the agenda. But before we do so, I want to learn whether we have anyone who is with us today but was not here on Friday, was it or Thursday, so that the person can undergo the affirmation to be administered by the clerk. If there's a new member in the team of Brikama Area Council, we were all present on Thursday. Okay, that means we'll proceed from where we stop, and we are still on the oath. That is to say, whatever you are going to say, we are saying that on the oath. We don't need to repeat the affirmation. We are proceeding. On that, the item is consideration of the reports that were presented to us last week, that is on Thursday. The committee went through with the support of our technical team. If I may read, the audited financial statement reports and management letter from management letter for the year ended 31st December 2020 and 31st December 2021 for Brikama Area Council were prepared by the National Audit Office and finalized in October 2022. The council was found lacking in finance and administration, governance, payroll, human resource management, procurement, etc. According to the auditors, some of these findings were addressed by the council prior to the finalization of the management letter. However, there are still very important outstanding matters to be addressed by the council management, for which the Fpac should be interested to take up with the council. Now, the issues that were highlighted, that's one by one, will be coming to ask council for clarity and explanation. And then on that, I would at this juncture open to the members of the committee to go over the issues that were highlighted by the technicians for the council members to make clarification or response to those issues. Over to you, honorable members. Okay, yeah, I think that's a valid point. Honorable colleagues, we will just have to suspend that, and I've just been reminded that, yes, maybe at the side of Brikama Area Council, all of them were here, but for some of us, we were not here on Thursday. So it's important we introduce, whoever was not here on Thursday, you can introduce yourself. I think that's a valid point. Myself, I was not here. So to begin with my humble self, maybe I am new to the chairperson of Brikama Area Council. I'm Honorable Haji S. Davo, the chairperson of the committee. Honorable colleagues, whoever was not here on Friday? Okay. Any other honorable member? No. The SMS, you are all here?
No. Abdullah Cham, subject matter specialist.
Okay. Okay. And the guy at the end? Okay. Okay. These are the members who were not here, and then the technicians. And then we may proceed with our questions or seeking for clarification on the highlights from the technical team. Honorable colleagues, the floor is now open. Okay. I've numbered them, but if you want, yes, you can. Yeah.
No, I was just asking if we can start with any of these three. I mean, the ones from the SMS.
Where you have the one level 19 to 2021, perhaps you start with that. That's where we have more of financial issues. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. With the issue of unpresented deposit slips, I would like to know what is the cause of this delay in presenting these slips, deposit slips. Because as per the dictates of the Local Government Act, Finance and Audit Manual, that would be on section 29, accounts to be audited. They should be made available not only to auditors, but even private residents. Thank you.
You refer them to which page?
It's on the auditor's opinion page.
Page what?
That's
Yes.
on page 8. Page 8. Page 9. Page 9.
Page 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, no, financial statement.
Final system. 167. No. Yeah.
Page 9. Okay. Yes, we proceed.
Yeah. I think the finance
Good
directors.
Yes. Good morning. For the unpresented deposit slips, we have a total of 52 deposit slips presented by Pasanjali Bojang. Am I? Unpresented deposit slips. A total of 52 deposit slips for Pasanjali Bojang is available. Famara Sanyang has presented a total of 21 deposit slips. A total of 51 deposit slips was also produced by Sana Jaju.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I don't think he understands what the honorable member said. We are talking about the unpresented deposit.
the ones that are not presented.
Yeah, because according to the report, deposit slips for 2 revenue collectors were not presented for audit inspection, and we want to know why. Because that will determine the amount collected. If 2 revenue collectors are not presented, then we will not have an actual finance, a correct figure. That's what we want to know. Why?
Yes, sir.
It has been noted that unpresented deposit slips for rate and taxes at PAC 78. Also, the deposit slips of the total amount of 446,863 collected for rate and taxes in 2022 have not been presented up to the time of the finalizing the management letter. Council should provide some update and clarity on these outstanding matters. We're not talking of the ones that are presented, but the ones that are not presented, for you to update us and clarity on them.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good morning once again. First, the 2 collectors concerned are Karamo Sayo, not Karamo Sanyang as mentioned in the auditor's report. I did try to clarify that. And then the other collector is Modu Lamin Nyasi. As we speak, his deposit slips are available with the management. For that of Karamo Sajo, it happens that Karamo was briefed at that period. So we have written to him to produce these outstanding deposit slips. Molamin, it also happens when we have the draft, he was out of the country on the mission of the Gambia Football Association. He's our staff, but also he's a referee for the Gambia Football Association. So, but his deposit slips are available with management. So we have written to Karamo to submit his deposit slips. Thank you.
How many of them altogether were involved?
The number of collectors with regards to the unpresented deposit slips is about 11 of them. So 9 were able to produce their deposit slips, and 2 are outstanding. And one of them, like I said, has submitted his deposit slips to the management last Friday.
So 7 are still outstanding?
No, sir.
Okay, so
Now 1 is outstanding now, because if they were 11 in number.
11 in number?
Yeah, yes.
And
So
then-
9 were able to produce all their deposit slips before the finalization of the
Then left
management
with
letter. 2. And as at last Friday, the collector concerned has submitted all the deposit slips in his possession. So now we're dealing with only 1 of the collectors. And he has been formally notified.
Honorable Njai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are they aware that these are public documents, and for financial accountability, it shouldn't be kept by the officer? Once they make the deposit, they should be returned to the finance office for proper accountability. And I don't think that the person being out of town should have affected this. I think they should be strictly warned.
Her question specifically is whether they are aware that those documents are public documents.
Yes, sir. Yes, Honorable. We have communicated this to all the revenue collectors. These are isolated cases, but they are all informed that these are public records, and then we have put up measures to avoid reoccurrence in future.
Honorable?
Thank you.
Can we also confirm the dates? Because the day that the deposit was made is very important. The day the receipt was made should have, so we need to inspect those vouchers to check whether they were actually deposited on the said date. Because one can use the monies and then reimburse the council, which is fraud.
I do not think that exists. These monies are deposited at the bank, and deposit slips are issued against the amount that was deposited. So they are available for review by the auditors. Thank you.
No, Chair.
Okay, what's the procedure at council if a revenue collector deposits monies at the bank? Do they also deposit the slips to the finance manager?
Yes, once they submit the revenue at the bank, they issue deposit slips. These deposit slips are handed over to the principal cashier, but the revenue collectors are also encouraged to make copies of these deposit slips for future auditing purposes.
Then that's not the case here, because if at all that was the procedure, then they would have submitted the deposit slips to the principal cashier.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, we will improve with these shortcomings. Like I said, this is an isolated case for 2 of them out of 11 collectors. So, but we'll try to improve on that and ensure that it did not happen in future.
But when you say who, council doesn't work like that. You know, you have a general council. Was the matter reported to the general council for them to take a decision?
This particular matter was not reported. It was brought up by the auditors, and as management, we did work with the finance department and then try to address this matter.
But like in the finance and audit manual of councils, you know, there shall be a local accounts committee to whom the internal audit should be reporting every quarterly. So was this happening? And if at all this was happening, then it would have been realized earlier.
Yes, we acknowledge the functions, the important role the finance, the audit committee plays, you know, in ensuring that these things do not arise. But like, you know, you need, of course, other members who should be co-opted into this committee, you know, and then, of course, you need the ministry to identify, you know, people with expertise, you know, in public accounting to serve in these committees. So as a result, you know, we have met, and then, you know, this communication was sent, and of course the governor also needs to have a representative in the committee, and then these communications were all formalized. So it's a work in progress.
Of 2 different committees. You are talking of another committee that will advise the president in relations with the in relations between the central government and the councils. Yes, there is an accounts committee, but this accounts committee in the local government area, there should be a local accounts committee which should constitute of 2 members of the council and also people with accounting experience who are residents of that community. So that's what I'm saying. Do you have that committee at council?
Yes, sir. This is what I'm saying. In addition to those you mentioned who should be part of this committee, you need to have a representative from the governor's office. And of course, you need to write to the governor to formally notify him. And this was done. So like I said, this is a work in progress. Thank you.
Honorable members, any other comments on that? If that is exhaustive, you can move on to another issue still on the same analysis.
But like we don't have time, but I will also would like to refer you to the relevant section in the Local Government Act, which I almost forget. But there is a need. This is what is lacking in the councils, because councillors, they need to be informed about the financial activities of the council. That is why the drafters of this Local Government Act find it necessary for it to be established in all the councils. That's the dictate of the act. When I was a councillor at the Carnegie municipality, I championed that, and we have it at the council there, Local Government Accounts Committee.
Yeah, well, we share your concerns, and like I said, this is a work in progress, and we are doing our best to adhere to the provisions of the legal instruments.
Before we move on to the other issue, at this juncture, I would like to seek the opinion of the auditors on these unpresented deposits. The response given by Brikama Area Council, what is your take on that? That is 11 were supposed to present at the time of the submission. Only about 9 were available, 2 were not available, and then the S2's advance were just explained by them, and what's your take on that explanation? Can you use the mic?
I think most of these things are reported in the management letter, in detailed management letter. I keep emphasizing as auditors, institutions are going concern. When we go to Brikama Area Council, we're not auditing the CEO or the Director of Finance, but it's the institution. And then the lifeblood of every institution is the record keeping. As auditors, records keeping should be in a way that even if an external person comes, can conduct your review independently without having much difficulty. Records should be speaking for themselves, whether an individual is around or not. Records should speak for themselves. So it's part of our recommendations for if a deposit is made, you do the deposit, submit it to the required officer, so that anytime, whether you are there or not, external reviewers will be able to conduct their review appropriately. I think this deposit, unprecedented deposit, is the reason why we even give a qualified except for qualification, because we can't quantify the amount. You can say, okay, but two deposit slip, but auditors cannot confirm whether these were in millions, whether they are in billions, whether they are, so we cannot just say, it's only two, and then that was the reason why it comes as part of the except for qualification. The two people, the CEO said, okay, the other one is deposited, and then, has already been provided, and the other one is not yet. It's just to say, audit has a timeline, and then I think sufficient time has been given to the council. This audited has gone far beyond the time limit, because as public auditors, we want to make sure that at least we enhance the process and procedures. This audit has gone over 6 months. When according to our timeline, it shouldn't even be more than 3 months, just to make sure that we accommodate everything. So if now that the report is final and they are there, we are only advising, just to buttress on the Honorable Njai's point, let them make sure that they improve, considering this, there is significant improvement. But then you have series of these things happening, but thank God now we can even quantify, count the number, so meaning there is improvement. But again, that doesn't, notwithstanding, they need to improve the record keeping. To say whether an officer is not in or so, we need to graduate from that. Let the record be there and then speak for themselves. Yeah.
Okay, we've had the position of the auditor on the matter. The office is an institution, not an individual entity, by virtue of that the records should speak volume for itself whenever the office is operating. We expect all the documents relating to the office should be available, whether the officer in charge is around or not. And then your attention is drawn to that. Honorable colleagues, we can move on to other issue in the analysis of the reports presented by Brikama Area Council. Any honorable member? Honorable Cham.
Good morning. On the issue on the balance sheet, there is this fixed or non-current asset. It is stated that the balance sheet was prepared excluding fixed or non-assets. A sum of 23,972,154 was spent on these assets between 2019 to 2021, which is a gross understatement of the value of the BAC. I ask, is there any expenditure on the purchase of fixed assets over a reasonable period to 2019?
Okay.
The management.
That is the first question. And then who will respond to that question? Can you put on the mic?
The figure may be low, but we are given a baseline for 2019. 2019 was our baseline. So
The question is whether you have expenditure on purchase of fixed assets prior to 2019.
yes, we have, but it's not captured in this report
Why was it not captured?
because the baseline was 2019.
Or the baseline was 2019?
Yes.
Honorable Njai?
2019, yes, we have. Fixed assets.
Yeah. Yes, I think in relation to your response, he is developing another question. Whether you have the fixed asset acquisition policy in place.
Yes, we have it in place, but it was not up to date in 2019.
It was not up to date
In 2019.
at the time of 2019.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because any amount, if you are closing, like a financial statement should be like a snapshot of where you are. Whatever is there should have been reflected, because it's like you are taking a photograph of the state of affairs at that point. So anything that was there should have been snapped. So if it was not completed but it was started, this report should have shown this position at that point.
Okay.
It shouldn't be, if it was 1 or 0 or whatever, it should have been reflected. That's what I mean. So this is showing that there was no fixed assets acquisition policy. You are telling us that it was started, but it wasn't completed. You have it, but it wasn't completed. At what stage was it at that point? Because it should be reflected. I mean, the auditors can guide us because I'm not an auditor.
Yes, what is your response?
I don't know exactly where we stopped, but it was not, I can confirm that it was not completed.
Since the fixed assets was not actually captured in the balance sheets by did you say 2019 or 2020?
2019.
2019. And then, in your own view, what will be the value of the council at that time?
No, I cannot say, to be honest.
You cannot say so? Okay.
He said it wasn't completed. Why was it not completed? Can you tell us?
What was not completed is the fixed assets acquisition policy.
Was not in place.
That was not completed.
Yes, that was not in place.
Why was it not in place?
Maybe, see if you can say something.
This policy was not in place. Yes. So we were working to have this policy, and we just could not have it at this point in time. So there was no point drawing, observations from the policy when it is not yet finalized.
So are you sure that it wasn't in place, or were you just not implementing it?
No, it's not in place.
Okay. Chair?
I think, is it the accountant or what? The finance director? Well, if I heard you well, I think you were saying that it was it's incomplete at the time of 2019. The acquisition policy was incomplete, and then this. No, I said if I heard you well, you did say that it was incomplete. Now the CEO is saying it's not in place. So which is which? No, the question from Honorable Njai was not on the asset register, it's on the fixed assets acquisition policy. Or you don't have that one? So it's not that it's incomplete, what you don't have. as is the position of the CEO.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that by 2019 or up to now, you don't have the policy in place?
No, that was in 2019.
Yes. What is the situation by now?
It's there.
Now you have the policy in
Yes,
place?
draft, yes.
Okay.
We have it at draft stage, yes.
You have the draft?
Yeah, we have it at draft stage, yes.
Or you are at the draft stage?
Yes.
So it's still not in place?
Yes.
Okay, the drafting is on.
Yes, sir.
When do you intend to finalize?
Hopefully before the end of the term of the current General Council.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Chair, the CEO is saying hopefully, can he be specific that he give us the exact time that it will be completed?
By the end of the current term of the General Council.
By the end of the term?
Yes, not later than the term, yes.
Can it be shortly before the end of the term, please?
Looking at the fact that there are a lot of activities at this time of the year, and looking at the fact that we'll be having another compliance review with GPPA, it's safe to say, we'll have this thing done at the end of the current term.
But by the end of the term, I don't think you'll have time for anything because we'll be going in for campaigns, elections, and things like that. I think it will be proper if you can do it before the end of the term, at least so that we can also do the follow-up and to find out the necessary things that needs to be in place.
Yes, Honorable.
Can you do it before the end of the term,
Yes,
please?
that's what I mean, yes.
Can you be specific then?
Not later than December 2022.
Chair, can we give him the time exactly, end of November?
Not later than end of December.
We cannot put a condition to them. If they said
December,
it's
yes.
in the drafting stage, we are interested to know at what point they want to complete the process. So let's leave the time to them for them to finalize. Our position is that you are on record. If you say you want this to be finished this time, before the next appearance, we don't want this to appear there and then another thing happens. Okay, but before I come to the auditors, honorable colleagues.
Just tell us then, because since they don't have a formal policy, can they tell us how they account for their fixed assets, like maintenance-wise, when they dispose of? Can they guide us to how they do it? Because that should be in place. Since they are saying that it's not done formally with the policy, how do they do it? Can they tell us so that at least we will know?
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question. Since you don't have any other policy in place, how were you purchasing your fixed assets?
Disposing of the fixed assets.
Yes.
This policy should tell us how disposing, maintenance, everything regarding your fixed assets.
Yeah.
Since you are telling us that there is no policy formally, how are you doing it currently? Because if it's not formal, then obviously it's being done informally because you do have fixed assets in your books. How do you record them or manage the maintenance, disposals, and everything?
First, with regards to the maintenance aspect, we entered into a framework contract, with companies that will service or maintain these vehicles. But the procedures goes through the Gambia Public Procurement Authority. Of course, they have to be involved. We have to seek approval from the authority with regards to entering into the framework agreement for the maintenance of the vehicles. Now, how do we dispose of?
Yes, go ahead.
Fixed assets.
Yeah, I'm coming there. Yeah.
Okay, allow him to complete. Okay.
So how do we acquire these fixed assets? The same thing applies, the same procedures applied. We have to, of course, consult Gambia, GPPA, before we acquire these fixed assets. We also have to collect the three required quotations, from the suppliers. But we have to have the approval, to go to request for quotations from the vehicle suppliers in the country. And then this is through open tender. And then, the most responsive bidder, is awarded the contract. We also observe the procedure whereby, the 10-day standstill period is observed to give enough room, for the unsuccessful bidders, to file their complaints with regards to their bids. So we do not have the policy, but we're following the procedures, and then we are doing that in consultation with GPPA.
Okay, I think GPPA is high in this. Before I come to the auditors, GPPA, can you respond to that? Then I'll come to the auditors.
Yeah, what I want to say, because I think the question is not clear. Even the council, they are struggling because they don't understand. And GPP at this point, I don't think, well, yeah, the question is not, so even GPP, they will struggle. Maybe,
yes, yeah, then auditor, can you come in?
Let me just comment. I think the council is struggling because they don't understand the question. If you look at the councils, there is a gap. When you come to all the councils, not only limited to the gap the councils are having, or they are struggling, there are limitations. And then this also, the auditors also, we are also, struggling with the same thing because there is no consistency reporting framework for the councils. So everything is just being done in haphazard manner. And then these things should be prepared by the ministry, should be done in consultation with the ministry, so that there will be a consistency reporting system for all the councils, and that will make life better. But right now, that's not the case. So they are reporting based on their local government act, which is definitely, the reporting framework is not inconsistent with the nature of their operation. So they are saying the FMS are coming up with a risk. They prepare the financial system, they balance it, but according to their document, their policy, it excluded the fixed assets. The fixed asset from their balance sheet. And then the balance sheet is to show the financial position or the position of the entity. So if you look at the fixed asset that the councils are having, and it is excluded from their balance sheet, it is going to definitely, it's not going to show the true and fair status of the council. So this is what these things are coming up. The subject matter specialists are coming up. So right now, there is nothing like fixed assets requisition policy in any of the council. So it has to be, they need to work on it in consultation with the ministry to so that there is one in place. So for the fixed assets now, they have a fixed asset register. The fixed asset register is, when the auditors go, we will look at, okay, the vouchers and their process, they purchase this, they purchase this, they purchase this. Anything purchased has to be recorded in that register, the date it was purchased, the cost, the amount spent on it, the location of the asset, and then they will everything has to be tagged. So when we go out, we request for that register, and then we follow up to see each and every asset register where it is. It's conditioned whether if it is disposed also, we need to look at the date and then follow where. So they use the register for that. But the asset policy is not existent in any of the council yet.
Yes.
They award.
Because now, we are looking at this. It is only the current assets that we can give. We don't know about your fixed assets. We don't know whether you are making millions from them and putting them in your pocket. I'm not accusing anybody, but I'm just suggesting because it is only in record that when we know. So I think.
Okay. The auditor just confirmed that no fixed assets policy exists for the councils.
Acquisition policy, yes.
Acquisition policy, and then that has to be worked out with the ministry so that it can be reflective in your balance sheet. That's a point to be noted. Honorable Cham, I saw your hand up.
So, since they are working on the policy, have they started identifying council's properties?
Yeah, the assets register part is already done. We have our updated assets register available.
You said you have the
asset register, the fixed asset register, yes.
Fixed assets register is available?
Yeah, the updated one, yes.
And on that, do you have a policy attached?
Like the auditor said, like I said earlier on, it's not available.
It's not available?
Yes.
Okay. But the register is available?
Register, yes.
Fixed asset register?
Yes, sir. Yes, I earlier on indicated our intention to have this done. Yes, sir.
I think, I don't know the protocols, I don't know when would I, because what I want to, this thing is like this policy issue, they just say we have to, it cannot be done in isolation. I think there is a serious of that need to be. The councils as a whole, they should, and this is not only limited to the council, even the central government, we don't have a national reporting framework. We are only using cash basis. Even if you look at the government of the Gambia, they say cash basis, but if you look at the nature of the operation, it's beyond that. It's not showing the true and fair operation of the institutions. So it's for the Minister of Finance to work in consultation to make sure that there are reporting framework that is going to be in line with the nature of the operation. Because otherwise, if you are saying cash basis, if you look at their policy, they say cash basis. And if it is cash basis, you don't even need the balance sheet or the equity and then all those things. But meaning you are using that one, and then there will be a lot of issues that will be go without being reported. So it will never show the true and fair picture. So the Fpac, the SMS are bringing this. Looking at the nature of the councils, they are fixed asset, but there is no balance sheet. The balance sheet is there, but this is in their manual, saying that they can prepare balance sheet, excluding the fixed asset, which is not definitely going to show the true picture of this. So now, I think the problem here is they need to go to make sure that these policies are developed to make sure that they capture the true operation of the council. But this thing is not just for Brikama Area Council also, but it's with the governance stakeholder, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Local Government in concert to make sure that something is done about it. Otherwise, this trend will still continue because they cannot do it in isolation. It's a general problem, and it's good that the SMS pick it and then forward it for it's a recommendation that need to, but not only for them, but the whole council in consideration with the ministries. Yeah.
Any other?
With the issue of asset registration, for some municipalities we have already started. You know, we were lucky to have some councillors who were concerned about the municipal. Yeah, you understand? What we did is we are working with Department of Physical Planning to have all our title deeds for all the properties that belongs to the council. So you don't have to wait for the central government, because that may even lead to the municipality losing most of its properties, which we have also witnessed in the municipality. Thank you.
Now, can we move on? Still surrounding the policy, another important policies that we feel should be in place, would like to know whether they are in place. That is the capitalization policy and the depreciation policy. Yes. Yes, so we want to confirm, exactly. We just confirm these ones, and then perhaps let's confirm that one also as well. If it's the same as the asset acquisition policy.
Yeah, these are general, like Mr. Traveler said, and it's not limited to only one council. It cuts across, and then no one council can spearhead the initiative. I think the initiative should be led by the central government. Most notably, like he said, the Ministry of Finance, and of course the Ministry of Local Government, which is the line ministry of the councils. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think, is that the CEO? I think he should be aware that as a CEO, he has some functions. And the functions is to manage the overall work of the council, and that falls under his duties. So what we are saying is that we are not blaming central government. We are here to look at your finances, and they are short of this policy. What we are saying is that it will affect the overall capitalization, depreciation, and everything in regarding to your fixed assets, and we want it to be fixed by the time we see you the next time. So we are not blaming anybody, but just a matter of warning, because we are here to do our oversight functions. When the government comes, we will deal with them. When other councils come, we will deal with them based on what is on their financial statement and their audited reports. But for now, these are short in your report, and we want them fixed, because otherwise, it is not only the expenditure or the policy, it will affect the capitalization, the depreciation, as well as the register. Because if you do not have a proper policy, you will not be able to capture everything, and that is a shortcome. That is what we are trying to, because we want fiscal discipline, we want accountability, and we encourage transparency. That is why we need a formal policy, because what the chair is saying, he's concerned as the chair of the Fpac, because he is given the task to look at the financial situation of all agencies and institutions that fall under the public sector. So we are concerned. So let's not go back and say it is responsibility of the ministry. The ministry has their responsibility, but this is your responsibility, Mr. Chair. It is his responsibility as the CEO. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Sane.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Let me just introduce myself. Sorry for coming late. I am Honorable Keba Tumani Sane, National Assembly member for Fonyi Jarol. I just met you on the discussion, and then already has the, how the specialists have already mentioned, it's already a concern. So despite there is no policy yet, you need to put a coping strategy at the moment, because it's for your own good. Because anytime finance, you don't make proper records, then assumptions come in, because you think that you mismanage it. On the whole, it's because of the way you record it. Because we're going to report based on how we interpret your records. So if it is not well recorded, the blame will go to you. Unfortunately, you become innocent, but because of there is no proper record. So don't wait for us, because some of these things you cannot do it in isolation, because I'm made to understand that it's just all the government institutions don't have the policy. But has it already been raised as a concern? What strategy are you going to put in place that when we come, we find out? You're going to tell us, okay, since there is no policy, this is how we are recording. This is going to protect you. But there is no policy does not mean that now you have to do anyhow you like, because if you don't record it, we're going to interpret based on what you recorded. So it's not going to be good for you. Thank you.
Can we proceed? Still on the analysis, I think advices and opinions will come. We are inquiring and seeking for clarifications on the key issues that are highlighted in the analysis. You go through the analysis and raise those questions.
Honorable Chair, on page 3 of the analysis, he's talking about the analysis, I guess. Excuse me. On page 3, with the issue of the term investment of $7 million is as a staff loans, which is $5,385,105. are the major components of the current states. So there's a high bank loan also. I'll ask two questions at the same time. One is the staff loan of the term investment, which is $7 million. $7 million is, sorry, the term investment of $7 million and a staff loan of $5 million plus. And also the liabilities, there's a high bank loan component on the liabilities. This is, are you with us, Chair? Yeah, I'll first ask about the staff loan anyway. Thank you.
The Finance Director, do you get the question?
There is an outstanding balance of a staff loan of $5,385,105. So this is a major concern, I ask. When will this be paid?
Spread in a number of years. It can go for 2 years, 3 years. Some are building loans, some are personal loans, some are car loans.
But are these loans not due to be settled by now, some of them?
They are paying. They are paying. It's for a number of years. You give them a loan and spread it for 36 months or 48 months, depending on the loans, or 12 months.
But what I mean is that, is there any outstanding balance to be settled by the staff?
Oh, yes.
Is it due to be paid?
Oh, yes.
Why are they not paying?
They are paying. They are, every month they are paying. It's monthly reduction. We deduct it from their salaries.
I mean, my question is, these are loans given to staff either for construction or for whatsoever they might use it for.
Yeah.
What I mean is that, is there any outstanding, is there any loan which is due and the person is not paying? That's what I mean. And
No.
when is the person ready to pay that, to settle that bill?
No, there is
to the
none.
council?
There is none. Everybody is paying.
Thank you. Chair, I proceed.
Chair,
Thank you very much. That loan you are giving out, where does it fall? Within the 40% or the 60%? 40% of your administration cost. Oh, really? Okay. But is it not wiser to have a staff welfare to deal with those matters than using public funds?
Well, these are staffs, and then of course it falls within the recurrent expenditure of the council. So because it's 60-40, 40 is recurrent, and then the recurrent part is what is used to give loans to the staffs. And like you said, it is a good suggestion. We have a cooperative credit union in place, that is taking up the responsibilities. It's gradually the responsibilities of giving out loans to the staff of the council. So I'm sure in the long term we will get there, where we will not have these issues of having to give out loans to the staff, but rather they'll be encouraged to go to the credit union and take loans. Thank you.
any other issue on that?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. The tax deduction from staff, which is accumulating to almost 479,000, how far are you with that in terms of payment of those deductions?
Is that the income tax? Income tax deductions?
Yeah, deductions, yes, because it's accumulating to, yes, to the Director of Finance.
Income tax, that was arrears. But we have settled them.
You have settled it?
Yes, we have settled everything.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other issue?
On the same issue that Honorable Jambe has just asked about the tax deduction from staff, which should be paid immediately, the finance director has just responded that they have settled it. Can you give us an evidence of how you've settled this bill? Auditors, do you have any idea about it?
Well, I don't know. If at all there are issues with the areas or income tax also, it will be reported in our management letter, and then I will still, the management letter and all these things are served so that we can go. If there is anything also, I will just refer us to the management letter, and then we can do the clarification. What I'm trying to say, if at all there are loans, issues pending or whatever, it will be captured in our management letter, because we have a lot of issues compiled. So at times when you just say auditor, can you, it will be difficult.
That's okay, I understand. I understand, but the finance director, can you confirm that this will not reflect any management letter, or it will not reflect any comment?
Yes, fine.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any finding? The income tax.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. This issue of councils operating different bank accounts is contrary to the dictates of the Finance and Audit Manual, which reads, funds of councils. All funds of councils should be deposited in one development fund account, which is not forthcoming. You understand? So what are you people, because like many councils have claimed that they are not receiving their subvention, and government will always say that you don't have this consolidated development fund account. So what mechanisms do you have in place so that you can adhere with the dictates of the Finance and Audit Manual by opening one consolidated development fund account of council?
Okay.
Yes, Honorable. With Brikama, we have a development account, that is purposely, for development. And then, like you mentioned, this subvention from government have been forthcoming, but it's minimal. For 2019, it was 500,000. Then the next year after that, it was 1 million, and after that, in 2021, it was 2 million. So we have a development account, in short. Thank you.
Misunderstand what I'm saying here, because what section 3 of the Finance and Audit Manual is telling you is that the revenues and funds of a council includes all sums of money or funds accruing to a council. In addition, the revenues and funds of council, yeah, okay. This is talking about the consolidated fund here. Sorry, this is too small, but there should be one account. Council should only have one account. No, that is all monies of council should go into that account so that the council funds can easily be traced.
Yeah, under the current circumstances, it will be extremely difficult to have one account, with the councils. What we do have,
I think now government is working on to operate that account with the central bank.
That's fine,
If you were following these meetings, you will understand. Yeah, I think it's wiser to have one account. Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you.
Maybe, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the only tax issue we have is the withholding tax. They have not been deducting withholding tax from the contractors, and then that come as part of a finding, and they acknowledge say they will start deducting it. That's the tax issue, and it's reported in the main report.
Any other? I think the committee also have an issue surrounding the cash and bank balances. The closing cash balances for the period 2019 to 2021, we believe should be critically looked at. The operating results on the cash basis should affect the closing cash balances. All the revenue and expenditure was accounted for on the cash basis, that the surplus and then the deficit at the end of the year should impact on the opening balances. The committee observed that for the opening cash and bank balances for 2021 is 393,118.3 for 2021. And then if you check the cash plus deficit, the committee is with the view that that is minus 784.869. And then for 2020, that's 9,925,062.92. Now, if you minus that with 9,965,866.36, whether you'll have the 393,118.30, we believe there is an error as far as the opening cash balance, cash or bank balance is concerned, and which we would like you to go through and then check that there's something wrong with the opening cash back at the year 2021. That is the 993,118. What's your take with that?
Which page, please? Which page, please?
It is on your bank sheet, how to call it?
Yeah, he's just,
Revenue and expenditure.
he's just bringing it over.
If you refer to page 36, now where you have 393,118 for the page 36. Well, page 36 now. You get it? Yes. What we are saying, that amount that is 993.11, 118 as the opening balance for 2021, whether that figure is not a wrong figure. Yes, it was a closing balance for 2020. But yes, as a closing balance for 2020, where we review whether that is not a wrong figure to be a closing balance. Is correct? Yes, yes, the question is around the closing balance, sorry, the closing balance itself. So that's it, 393. Whether that is not a wrong figure, it's a correct figure. Can we do the calculation and check? It's started from the book.
It was brought forward.
No, something's from somewhere.
I don't know how huh?
Where is he? Where are they referring to the balance? Is it there?
The director, you may not see it at that point, but if you go back to the opening balance for 2020,
Yes.
you have something like 40,803.
Yes.
Now, if you go by that, the cash flow deficit should be, it is mentioned 9,925,000 and 62.92.
I still don't understand.
The opening balance for 2020,
No, these are closing balance.
no, I mean, go to 2020.
2020, yes.
Yeah, that's how much?
393,000.
The closing,
Yes.
the opening for,
You don't have opening balances here. It's
the prior year, what is the closing balance for the prior year?
that the closing balance for the that was 40,000.
40,000, yes.
803.44.
Exactly. And what is the cash surplus deficit?
The cash surplus. Where's the cash surplus? Cash surplus. For 2020, it's 9.9.
9.925.
Yes.
Yes. Can you read the whole figure?
9,925,062.92. Buduts.
60.92.
Buduts.
Okay. Now, if you calculate that, that will result to what?
If you calculate what?
If you deduct that, add that to the opening balance.
No, these are surpluses. This you cannot subtract this from your bank and cash balances.
No, I mean you add.
If you add it,
Yes.
plus the 40,000.
Yes.
Wait, Adam, I'm also calculator. See if you don't understand. Let me add it, sorry. It gives you 9,965,866.36. 9,965,866.36.
And then initially you stated that it's supposed to be 9,925,000.
That is the surplus. That is different. This is
That's the surplus.
Yes, that is the surplus you have from your operational expense.
Operational district.
Yes, income versus expenditure. It's different from the bank balances. Finally, I have 9.9. 9. 866.36.
So you are saying that there is no error in the closing or the opening closing balance for 2020?
No. Yes, I said no.
So that reflect to give you the opening account at 2021 at 393,118.
393, that is the closing balance.
And then
the cash and bank balances for 2020.
2020, and have the opening at 2021. You have it as the opening at 2021.
You know, this is the balance sheet. It's as at 31st of December,
exactly.
2020.
Yeah.
So you extract the figures from your working paper and bring it to the balance sheet.
This is what I'm saying. That's the opening at 2021. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Chair, what we have here, their revenue total was 88 million, and their expenditure
For which year?
for 2020,
2020.
and their expenditure was 78.1 million. So the difference is correct, 9.9 million. So that should be a balance, because this is what you had coming in,
Yes.
and this is what you expended.
Yes.
So the 9.9 million should have been reflected, unless your opening balance was in deficit. But then even if it was in deficit, it would have been shown that you started with minus.
It will
But what we are saying is that the 9.9 million should be a cash reflecting, because you've received you've received more than you expended. So what Mr. Chair is saying is that it should be more than what is recorded. The 9.92 million should be the correct figure. Is that not what you are indicating?
Exactly.
You know, this is a balance sheet. The 9.9 should be our opening balance for 2021.
Yes.
So that will not appear in the balance sheet, but it will appear in the cash books.
But you are, so does that mean, because you work on cash basis,
Yes.
so all your cash must be assumed that it is deposited, because we are going for fiscal accountability. So we don't expect you to put it in a safe somewhere. So it must reflect in your books. And even if you put it in a safe, it must be recorded on a paper, and it will reflect as a revenue. And all your expenditure must be reflected. So whatever the case, however you do it, being a cash-based institution, it must reflect, and that must be your opening balance, and it should reflect, not what you are showing. That is what we mean. So what we are saying now is, where is the rest of the money to be quite frank. Because for me, anyway, I don't know, but for me, I don't go around the corners. I don't beat round the bush.
That is the general confusion on this, and then if you can do further clarification on it, will be helpful.
That is what I have just said. These are closed balances. You have your revenue net, your expenditure. Then if you go to the books for opening of 2021, then you will have them there. What these are, this is the balance sheet. It's only so your closing balance at 31st of December, what you have at the bank and cash.
Opening of 2021.
No, you cannot do that. You have to explain. That is what I have said.
What if we make a loss there? Where's the money?
Honorable Jame. I think we can allow the auditor to come in at this point. We are auditor.
Do you understand it?
Auditor. Auditor. Auditor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are with the view that
What page is it in your?
the closing balance has been 993,118. Should actually be 9,965,866.36 instead. What's your take on that?
Revenue and expenditure. The opening banks are not there. Okay. But their policy is not, okay. We just having this discussion. There is an issue because the income and expenditure statement, if you have a surplus, then if you come to the balance brought forward the next year, that should be the starting, because the surplus should come over, then any other revenue to be added to that also. But it still come back to the same issue. For them, when you look at their policy, the councils, the way the income statement should look like, they are all defined. You look at the balance sheet, all this, and they are all there already. So the issue here is, and then as auditors, we don't challenge the policy. The only thing we can is just to flag it, and then we've been doing that one. If you come to like these necessary stakeholders need to revise the reporting framework of the council to come up with a better one to address their issues. So this is the concern we have in. They have a format, the way they should report. And there's nothing like that balance brought forward and then that this thing. So the way the format is, because this is acceptable by the stakeholders, so it's their policy, we cannot, the only thing we can is just to flag it for them to revise it. And this has been happening in our subsequent report. We've been reporting. So that's where the confusion is right now. So I'm happy that it has been flagged by the current subject matter space so that something can be done about it. Otherwise, these issues will never be addressed if they don't go back, to revise the way they are reporting, the way they are listening, to be revised so that it can meet the realities.
So what we are trying to say, actually the format in which they are reporting is not.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent with their operation. That's the thing, because maybe this was even prepared many years ago. I know even down then it is there that there is no revision, they are not revising it, they are not looking at whether it's capturing the reality, and then that is it. No.
I think, yes, I appreciate the auditor's comment, but this is not about the format. This is about accountability. However cash is received, however it is recorded, it must still be the same figure, because one is always one. When you take 1 out of 2, you always have 1 remaining, so 1 should be recorded. So what we are saying is, where is this? How come it's not the opening balance, however it is recorded, but there is a lot of money that is, I would say, outstanding, and I would say missing. So we need to dig deep into this and know where it is at the moment. I think we will give them a week to report back to give us a correct figure.
Yes,
Yeah.
Auditor?
Yeah, just as C rightly said, that's why I think even the SMS I'm saying, if there is no consistency reporting framework, in fact, the risk is higher on the auditor's side. I've been bothered, even before this sitting, I was discussing, we have quality reviewers, external reviewers from the Secretariat in South Africa. Even when they come, as we are talking now, they are putting a lot of pressure on us to even meet with the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General to make sure that something is done about this. Because the risk is very high. But it's like we are, and just like we are saying, because otherwise we will be found wanting, because records keeping will be difficult. Because there are certain things that need to be recorded, but because of the current reporting framework in place, because like if those oversight institutions, let's say the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Local Government, some of these things, let's understand, even you cannot even tell the councils you need to do something about it. They cannot work on their own reporting framework and their own reporting format. That is the responsibility of the Minister of Finance. They are the one responsible for all the reporting, each and every one based on your operation. And the local Minister of Local Government is their oversight ministry. These are the people that need to work with them and then say, this is the way you need to report, and they go by that. It is not their responsibility to say this is the way we should be. And then auditors also, for us, the documents are there. Auditors, we are outsiders. It's just to say, okay, this is what your reporting framework said. This is the format you need to be reporting in accordance with. We don't have the power to challenge that because it's a policy document, and auditors don't have the power to challenge policy when they are approved also. But all what we've been doing is to flag it, that this is a weakness. It's not showing, it is hidden. Lot of issues that need to come right. And what is causing that is the policy, the documentation, and the format. And we've been reporting that one in the previous reports also, and this is still now an issue. So I think the way the Assembly can help is to flag this, to make sure that the stakeholders work, you know, to make sure that this is a point and it's a concern and something is done about it. But nevertheless, these balances, I know, because the only thing the team can do is this surplus, you know, to make sure that this is captured, is deposited, and is in the bank. Then I can work with the team closely to come up with something about that. Yeah, we can do that. I can work with my team to make sure that at least we report on that.
How soon can you see that done?
Yes, I can't. It will depend on your schedules now, because I think councils are reporting. Then it will depend on your revised schedules also. When else are the next councils supposed to appear? If we get that feedback from you, then I can know how best to fit this thing in.
The session is on until 11th.
Okay.
November, and we'll be rescheduling for the other councils to be appearing now against then. I don't know whether that will suit you to do the work now against 11th November.
11th November, yeah. I'm just saying, if I confirm the timetable, when the date the next council is supposed to appear, then I can know, where to squeeze in this assignment. Like next week, councils appearing next week? Other councils, are they coming in next week?
Mane, have you prepared the revise? Okay.
Okay.
What I'm saying, Chair, can I come in?
We cannot say when the councils will be appearing.
Okay.
But the target is now against the end of next month. We expect all the works of the council should be submitted. Okay? The date for them to appear is one thing, but for submission, it's a different thing.
Chair, I think you were not around, but if the clerk can fully remember that for some councils, we've given them a time up till 3 weeks, for 3 weeks rather, except for 3 councils, which is Banjul, that we've sent back for the mayor or the deputy to be present, and then other 2 councils, which I haven't seen yet, which is Mansakonko Area Council and, of course, Pasay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's against this background that Mane proposed the new itinerary, which is not feasible as the side of the office of the clerk. So we can still make it open now against the end of the month. Okay? It's against that. That's what he worked on and presented to the office of the clerk, but it's not feasible at their end. Yeah. Okay? So, we take from there. You can continue and then do the work. Yeah. Okay? Then the councils can submit. For their appearance, that will be communicated to them when they're supposed to appear.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yes.
I just want to know where the council keeps their monies, because their revenue, their income was about 80-something million, 88-something, and according to their bank balances, it's just a total of 393,000. And that's in all 4 banks: GT Bank, Trust Bank, Ajib, Zenith, and Access Bank. Actually, 5 banks. So where do they keep their monies? That is a cause for concern. We need to know, because the 9.5 million that is supposedly missing must be sitting somewhere. It's not reflecting in their bank balances. So can they tell us where?
Yes. Is it the CEO or the director?
Just as she said, we operate with banks. The money is not sitting anywhere. All monies are lodged to the bank. That is why we reconcile every month. The surplus, I think we will go back to the books and see.
Yes, you may come in.
Yes, since they only work with banks, what I have seen, if you look at page 45, as at end of year 31st December 2021, the balances at the bank was 393,118.30.
Yes,
and the year ended 31st December. There was a total surplus of 9.9 million. And the opening balance should have been that 9.9 million. But it says here 520,000. So that is a cause for concern. That's why I'm saying that there might be other places that these monies are kept and not at the bank, because this is the reflection of their bank accounts. Maybe they have safes at the council where they keep millions, I don't know. but they should tell us.
Director?
Just as I said, if you look at balances brought forward, that is the balance sheet. But if you go to the detail of the banks, you have 10,137,700. At all banks. One will just leave, and one will are not negative. But there are other banks with negative.
So this is a cause for concern, because then it is not a true reflection. They are not telling us everything. So that calls for, that's a red flag. They are telling us that there are other bank accounts with negatives. So where are those accounts? I am concerned, Mr. Chair.
Director?
Honorable, I just want to state that, you know, like the auditors mentioned earlier on, I just want to re-echo that. The issue of the 9.9 is as a result of the inconsistency of the reporting system. There is no fund that is missing at council, and we do not save money in the safes. All monies are deposited into the bank. If you go through the same page 45, there's a fixed deposit of 7 million, which the Honorable need to acknowledge, which is a fixed deposit account. Yes. So like the director said, you have the cash and bank balances. So if you look at the banks here, you have guaranteed trust, but there is no Eco Bank here. The same page, page 45.
45, yes. Why is EcoBank not there? CO?
Yes. Under the loans, that's where you have EcoBank.
Okay. Are you done, sorry, before you come in, are you done with your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Honorable?
If you go back to page 13, the fixed deposit is reflecting there, so that is separate. It is already reflected in the account, that 7 million.
The fixed deposit? Okay. Now, Mr. Cham, can you make clarification on the issue in addition to what the auditor has done?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unusual for us to participate in these deliberations because but just to clear the air, it is very simple. Your financial statements are prepared on a cash basis, okay? That means that all your receipts for the year amounting to 88 million were received cash, okay? And you have made payments out of those receipts amounting to 79 million, leaving you with a surplus of 9,925,000 for 2020. So that surplus should be physical cash because it is what you have received and what you have spent out cash. All right? Okay? Now, add that to your opening balance at the beginning of the year, which you have carried forward from what we have been given of 40,000, that should leave you with a closing cash balance of 9,965,866.36. But what the auditors could confirm, both your cash holdings as at the end of the year and from your bank statements, is a cumulative 393,118.30. All right? That shows a shortfall between what your actual operations for the year, as per your records, are showing, which should be reflected in cash or bank balances, is as opposed to what can be confirmed from the 5 banks and cash holdings. You're just holding cash of 14 million. So that is the cause for concern, that discrepancy of 9.5 million. That's what we're talking about, okay? Now, his explanation that there is 7 million in term deposits, that's out of the question. Because if it was, it would have been a credit to cash and a debit to investments, but that entry is not there. In fact, the 7 million was there in 2019, and probably it was there earlier on. So that does not factor, that does not account for this discrepancy of 9. Okay? Now, the other issues of bank accounts you're holding, those are loans. Those are loans, and the trajectory of those loans are, for the 3 years, 2019, it was 3.6 million. 2020, it was 10.13 million. And 2021, 9.7 million. So that has nothing to do with your cash balances. These are loans. So in addition to your receipts, you have contracted financing from the banks. Okay? That is the issue. So we have an issue here. And it is not about policy, it's not about reporting, but it is simple arithmetic. You have an opening balance of 40,000. You have received cash of 88 million in the year. You've made expenditure of 7 million. You have a surplus of 9 million, which if added to your opening balance should give you $9,965,000 is closing balance, okay? As opposed to what is confirmed in both your cash and bank balances of 393 million. So we're talking about the discrepancy of 9.5. Is it that you have understated your expenditure? Is it that you have overstated your revenues? It could be. So it's good for you to go back with the auditors and confirm that. But surely it is cause for concern. It is cause for concern. Let the arithmetic be correct, right? Because that surplus, if you look at your financial statements, because you provided balance sheet to the auditors, and you have a figure there on the accumulated fund, which cannot be reconciled to anything. It was just used as closing balance. And your results at the end of the year should be reflected in your accumulated fund, if that is the direction you want to use. So that's the whole concern is about that, all right? And it understates the value of the Brikama Area Council. Also, the omission of your fixed assets understates your value, the value of the organization, okay? In conclusion, we're saying that the balance sheet you provided to the auditors was incomplete. People are owing you when you look into your notes. 4 million, you have receivables. But you choose to just reflect in your receivables staff loans and investments. You have omitted huge amounts from your trade debtors. You understand? So, yes, we have to be clear as to what accounting system we want to use. But as far as cash basis is concerned, your surplus should be reflected by physical cash. And as the auditor said, that physical cash closing balance should be brought forward if it is cash basis as the opening balance, and then all other cash receipts. That's fine. So yes, we are concerned there is a discrepancy of $9.5 million as derived from the figures you have given. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is what brought about all the confusion. As Honorable Njai also observed, maybe you are operating a different bank where you are keeping your money. All depends on the reporting. But what Mr. Cham is saying, it may not necessarily depend on the reporting. This is simple arithmetic. If you don't bring it forward, people will observe that there's something somewhere that is missing. Why is that? Is it hiding somewhere or something like that? Whether it's under record, estimated or overestimated, if it's not reflective, we will not know how it came about. So it's proper whether you regulate your reporting system or not. But the figures that should be available, put it there so that whoever can just see, yes, this is the right figure. Otherwise, one may assume that this is hiding somewhere, as Honorable Njai take it to be. Maybe you are operating a different bank account, and she could be right to take it that way. So the onus lies on you to change your system of recording, or you still continue with your system, but do the proper reporting. That's what is important. Okay? We may proceed. There's an issue surrounding the bank loans. Observe that we have taken bank loans from 4 different banks, and all are classified under long term, but interestingly, there is no time frame attack regarding the payment of the bank loan, so we are concerned whether this can be in the soonest or not. What's your take?
Yes, we intend to pay in the soonest of these bank loans, yes.
How soon? The amounts involved are so huge. If you want to say as soon as, will you not empty your coffers?
Huh?
Hmm?
Yes, but for 2 years.
CEO?
These bank loans are long-term loans, you know, about 2-3 years. So, you know, it's not for us to pay off these loans, you know, as soon as, you know, when the banks gives you this, they give you, let's say, for 3 years, you know, with the interest rate, you know, and then you pay this within the 3 years. Yeah. So these are long-term loans, actually.
Yeah, you just said they are long-term, but there's no explanatory note that will determine the mode of payment.
Yes, I definitely agree that you will not be able to find that here.
Yes.
But these are part of the loan documentations, you know, available. That show how much you're given on loan and the interest payable within a particular period.
So you are not guided by any.
No, of course, you know, you sign for these loans, and then, you know, there are terms and conditions that that determines you repaying the loan and the source of repayment.
Since we don't have that, can you give us the time frame of payment of that loan, whether? That's what we are interested to know. We are not saying whether we are going to pay the next month or something like that. We know it's long term, but long term, no explanation of the mode of payment.
Yes.
That can be considered too vague.
Yes. Example with EcoBank, you know, because we have these fixed deposits, you know, of the 7 million. So it serves as a collateral. Okay. So sometimes, you know, it takes a much shorter period for us to pay, looking at the source of repayment, you know, either lancings or value properties, you know, which are hooked revenue potentials. So there is no risk, you know, to the institution with regards to these loans.
Mr. Chair, or the gentleman chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. How did you acquire this bank loan? Was it from the administration side or the General Council? Did you pass a resolution through the council?
Yeah, it goes through the General Council, but it does not stop there. You also have to have approval from our line ministry. Most of these loans are asset, you know, financing agreements, you know, that you have to secure the resolution from the General Council and also have approval from the ministry, our line ministry, through the Minister of Finance. So it's not an easy process.
Do you have the copy of the loan agreement with each of the banks?
Yes, in the office, but not with me.
Yeah, you can make those copies available later to the committee.
Okay, sir. All right. Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, I think the question has been answered because I wanted to ask about the for them to provide us the copy of the agreement, and then also I asked if they are only dealing with 2 of these banks, like FIB, and then also with EcoBank on only just loans. because this does not reflect on the cash and balance, bank balances. Are they just dealing with these two banks for only loans?
Yes, we are only dealing with two banks for loans.
Okay, Chair, noted.
Jamie, you have question?
Yeah, I just want to ask concerning about the loan. Where do you invest these loans, or do you have a special project that you get this loan to invest? I just want to know. And what are some of these projects, if you can inform us, please? Thank you.
Yeah, these are for projects as well. The 3 access roads that we did in Brikama, and also the 2 borehole projects that are in Fonyi, plus our other interventions in other areas. Also, the vehicles as well, the procurement of the vehicles is all financed through these loans.
Okay, and we may move to the next point. This surrounding the outstanding areas of the income tax deductions, which amounted to about 479,000, and then we don't know why income tax deductions are not immediately paid, and they stand to be outstanding areas. Can you take us on that?
Yes, like the director mentioned earlier on, these areas are paid in full to GRA. The constant happens because at this time of the year, it's usually a very difficult period for the councils. And that partly explains why, these areas are accommodated. But this is no longer the case now. We pay, immediately when we pay off the salaries.
So you are saying as at now, the deductions are immediately paid?
Yes, there's no areas that we owe to GRA.
Auditor?
Other tax, the withholding tax, but just as you rightly mentioned, because income tax, these are the tax deducted from individual salary, so there shouldn't be any areas on that. I think because deductions should be done automatically. So by the end of the month, you should make sure that all these things are remittance back to GRA, because this is what they need, to finance the other things. So I think it's just a matter of maybe deduction is done and it's lying there without paying into GRA. So you should make sure that on a monthly basis, after everything, before the end of the month, you remit everything to GRA.
Yes, with regards to what the auditor has just confirmed, so it means there is a transaction missing, isn't it? That is the reason why it is still reflecting that maybe it is just lying there, as you said, without being updated in the system. Is that what you mean?
Automatic. The moment you say is automatic,
Exactly.
but it's not automatically paid. You deduct it, so that accumulator, you should prepare a check and then pay it to GRA. But now, maybe you did the deduction, the money is just lying, the amount is just lying down there. You are only interested in the one that you are receiving, but the one to be paid, it's just a procedural this thing, just to make sure that you complete the cycle. You complete the cycle and then remit it to GRA on time.
I understand. That's what I mean. So can they tell us why is it still the same, or why are they doing that way, or how are they doing the process?
We took note of concern. Like I said, that is no longer the case now. It's no longer the case now. How? Maybe you can please use the mic. I'm not.
Can you use the mic?
You mean it is no longer a case? How have you been doing this until the problem is solved now?
Like I mentioned earlier on, at this point of the year, we struggle, the council struggle financially. But what we do, like the auditors advise, is that we pay immediately when we deduct these taxes, and pay to GRA. So we have been doing that on regular basis. So we no longer allow it to accumulate and then, becomes some areas.
Okay, noted, Chair.
Any other? Now, the next issues that are highlighted are from the management letter, then before we come to the activity report. And we'll go through the management letter and then relate those issues to the management letter. Already we have some of them that are addressed. The issue surrounding the understatement of the ledger balances, I think, has been addressed, as well as the incorrect treatment of the ledger balances as well has been addressed. On the general ledger without or incomplete account names is also an issue. You can find that in page 57. And then the auditor note that some expenditure ledgers were without or incomplete account names to identify the types of audit. And then the details have been shown on the table. The recommendation advanced by the auditor was that the management should ensure that the ledgers are adjusted and identity or given account names for ease of reference. What is the management's take on that? Page 58.
The response of the management is that the general ledger name for any item is the central government. So while the description of the account name is government rates and COVID-19 salary support. So this query was explained, and officer responsible is the Director of Finance. So date when situation will be regularized is already explained above.
Auditor?
As per our review of the revised financial statement and discussion with management of the council, the subcommittee was in respect of technical advisory committee allowance, in respect of staff allowance, and the NA was government rates and COVID-19 salary support.
And has there been any improvement on that?
Oh, it has addressed, is it? Yeah, it has been addressed, yeah.
It has been addressed.
It has been addressed, yeah.
The next issue was on the lack of comparative figures. Thus, the auditor noted that 2020 financial statements were without comparative figures for comparison purpose by users of the financial statements. And they noted that the Area Council 2019 audited revenue and expenditure statement was a summary instead of a detailed revenue and expenditure statement, and recommended that the management should ensure that the 2019 financial statements are restated and used as comparative figures of 2020 financial statements. Has that been done by the management?
Yes, sir. Both financial statements for the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 are adjusted accordingly and ready for review.
Auditor?
Yeah, the council restated the 2019 financial statement and used for comparative figure for the 2020.
On the issue of the non-submission of financial records, and that result to loss of revenue collection machine, the auditor found out that 2 of the daily market collectors named herein lost their revenue collection machines. We are informed that the area council police investigated this, but no investigative report was provided for confirmation after the general or after several requests. Auditor recommended that the management should provide the investigative report for the review without delay. Did you comply?
Firstly, for the purpose of clarification, the mentioned revenue collectors are not market collectors. The investigative reports is available for review by the auditors. Investigative reports produced.
We have actually produced.
Yes, sir.
Auditor?
We've reviewed the investigative report of 7 June 2021 by the area council police and noted that there was a break-in of the rates and taxes office at Sinchu Alaji on 7 June 2021. The 2 machines were taken from the office desk drawer. The 2 staff concerned were requested to pay 5,000 each, which they did. However, given the risks involved with the machine, which are used to collect revenue, the issue should be forwarded to the Gambia Police Force for proper investigation in order to recover the said machines. In the absence of recovery of the machines, they might be used to collect revenue without notice by the council, leading to a loss of revenue.
Has that action been taken? BSc?
First, I want to state that the machines cannot be used by any other individual because the machines are coded, they have passwords and usernames of each of the collectors. And immediately when there was this report of loss of the machines, they were all disenabled.
But the recommendation made by him, had that action been taken?
We have the auditors for comments a couple of days ago, so we will put into action their recommendations and forward this to the police for the recovery.
For further action?
Yes, sir.
Can you use your mic?
What I'm saying is, they had this recommendation from the auditor that the matter should be reported to the police as soon as possible, or immediately when it happened. Did you do that?
Immediately when it happens, we reported this matter to our police and also our internal audit unit who conducted an investigation. And then the machines could not be recovered. What we did was to disable the machine to ensure that nobody uses the machine to collect revenue, which was the fear by the auditors. But we do not report this matter to the General Duty Police because we have our own police as well. So we thought this was investigated thoroughly. So what was lacking is recovering the machines. And as a second option, we informed the IT to disable, and that was confirmed. So the machines are no longer in use.
But how was the investigation conducted without using the police as well, since the matter has not been reported to the police?
We have our municipal police who investigated this case.
But this was not recommended by the auditor?
The recommendation of the auditor came after the finalization of the management letter, which is recent, which is just less than a week ago, because we received the final management letter from the National Audit Office last week.
Can you provide this August Assembly that the way you have finalized this thing? Can you show us, or can you provide a document that has proven that you've collected these machines and they are no more in use?
I did not say we have collected the machines. What I said is that we cannot recover the machines, but the machines were disenabled by the IT unit.
So how can you prove to the National Assembly that the system has been blocked, that they will, even whereas they have the machine, they can not use it anymore?
Yeah, if you have our software system, I would have shown you here. Unfortunately, we don't have our IT office with us here. But we have taken that corrective measure to ensure that nobody else uses the machine.
Okay.
Where there are passwords and usernames. So you have to log in to be able to use the machines. And even if you log in, with your password and username, before you collect, it needs to be validated. So you have to call the IT for them to validate. And then if a non-staff call, obviously IT will not go ahead to validate your request for you to proceed and collect the revenue. So there are some procedures that are there that will ensure that, even if it's being used by a non-staff, you cannot collect because you will need the support of IT to validate whatever amount that you're supposed to collect. Yes.
They charged 2 staff to pay, and they're claiming that it was theft. Were they suspects? Or were they suspected of stealing them, or what? Because how can something cannot be stolen from an office and then 2 people just assume to have paid for it. That is a concern. Were they in charge of those machines, or were they the ones suspected of stealing those machines?
These 2 are revenue collectors. So each revenue collector is allocated a machine. So there will be a primary responsibility for the safety of this machine. Before we hand over the machines, there is a user agreement that is signed between the management and the collector that commits the collector to take good care of the machines. So now, in case of theft, which could be deliberate, because this is deliberate, because they were not supposed to leave these machines in the drawer in the office. They should have carried these machines with them wherever they are for the purpose of collection. So you cannot understand why a POS system is left in the office, while you go back home. So there'll be a responsibility. That's why, based on the recommendation of the IT, lost devices, those who lost their devices or damaged their devices, you're asked to pay $5,000 as a cost for replacement from the supplier.
But should they carry the machines home?
Yes.
So what if their homes were broken in, or there's accident or something? Because it's theft.
Yeah. I will just want to.
Willful damage. It's like if it was damaged deliberately, I would understand, or lost, but it was stolen from the office.
I will call this negligence on the part of the collectors. It's the same as when you sign for a GTR from the CRBR. So you bear responsibility, full responsibility of what happens to the machine, and of course, just like what happens to the GTR. So they have primary responsibility for the safeguarding of the machine.
Okay, so then would I say that the chairperson was negligent with this missing 9.5 million, that he should pay for it?
I completely disagree with that statement. I want to state here again, this amount is not missing, and we have to be very fair. We have drawn the conclusion here that we will need to sit down with the auditors, and work this thing out. There is no cause for alarm. There is no cause for panic.
We don't need that statement. We are not we are not talking.
Let me finish. Allow me to finish.
Allow him to land, then after you can come in. Yeah, please, let him exhaust his response, then you can come, yes.
I think I've said what I wanted to say, but this is not a missing amount. And sorry,
missing.
Honorable,
Allow him, then after. Yeah, please, come up.
No. I'll continue.
She's not the one giving you the floor. Can you go ahead? She'll come.
This amount is not missing. We have been very transparent, we have been very accountable to the taxpayers. We draw the conclusion here that we are open to engage with the auditors again, to address this issue. I think that was very, very reasonable, and then it's important that we leave it as at that, and move on. The Honorable Chairman in no way have not been, negligent in with regards to this amount that she is quoting.
Okay. You are done?
Mr. Chair,
You are done?
I named the honorable chairperson. Can he not answer for himself?
No.
He is sitting there, right here.
No, I think
It's okay. No, it's okay.
the CEO is responding.
I want to remind the honorable member that the chairman is not the accounting officer of the
Yeah,
council.
yeah.
The CEO is the accounting officer of the council, and I take full responsibility. And I said, we said we will work with the auditors and fix this. Thank you.
Any other concern?
Mr. CEO, regarding to this case, it seems like you have been your own judge and jury, because your municipal police in their TOR, they don't investigate criminal matters. This is a burglary. You are expected to report the matter to the police, but not putting sanction against your workers. That is wrong. So what we are asking you, as per the recommendation of the auditor, when will you take this matter to the police for investigation?
Based on the advice of the auditors, we will forward this to the general duty police.
The auditor doesn't have to advise you, because this is a criminal matter. And you know the municipal police, they have a TOR. They are not there to investigate. This is what we are saying.
I just want to indicate that the municipal police are also responsible for protecting the life and property of the council. These POIs are the properties of the council. The revenue substation, where this theft happens, is rented by the council, and then it houses our council staff. So there's no, we're not disregarding the role of the police in this matter. But like the auditors recommended, we will forward this matter to the general duty police, and they'll take it up.
Yeah. Since that premises that was intruded by unknown people, and it is under the purview of the council, did you provide municipal police?
This particular station is located within the compound of the Alcalo of Sunchu Alaje.
We may proceed. Jeremy, okay.
Thank you very much, yeah. Yes, I just want to, about the missing, it was 2 machines that was missing. So did you replace it after the payment of these people that you suspected that they are the one responsible, the staff?
Yes, sir.
So, but about the security of your premises, even though it is in the Alkali's compound, I think council's proper offices or whatever, because it's a place where you normally do your transaction. So I think it will be prudent if you can have a security, within all your council offices around, please.
Yeah.
So that to avoid, because you cannot take that as an opportunity, like to say is within a compound, or within the compound, but people are coming there every day. In fact, it's a threat to that particular compound, because you never know who is coming and going. And this is an institution, it's a council office. So I think, in fact, to have it in that compound can pose a threat to that particular compound. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Your concern is really noted, and that's why, as an alternative, we have other advice to collectors that you should go along with your POS device, wherever you are.
Again, the approach, I think, is wrong. You are encouraging theft and misuse of the funds, because by putting sanction, pay $5,000, go out there, collect $25,000, and just claim that the machine is lost, and you will be charged $5,000.
This is not the only, maybe you're trying to see that we are encouraging theft here. No, we are not. After the investigations, you are asked to pay this amount. Let me finish.
Sorry, yeah, I want to tell you something.
Sorry,
No, let's just make a headway here. You know, the municipal police...
Sorry, excuse me, Honorable Chair. If you ask a question, you allow the person to finish his response before you intervene.
We are not creating the enabling environment for these people to go and then have their machines, lost and then pay the 5,000. I can report here that immediately after this case, there have not been any similar issue. Because we want to make sure that, we send a strong signal. Because we were migrating from a traditional way of revenue collections. And we know there are issues that there are other people who are not, are keen to go in for this system. So we have to send a strong message so that, it can deter others from doing a similar thing. So we're just sending a strong message. But there's no issue of we trying to encourage, people to commit such kind of acts to be able to get the money and pay for the devices. In fact, the amount that they are asked to pay is based on the recommendations of the supplier of the device. So this was not our unilateral decision.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Then was there any amount missing that they have already collected during that time? And again, knowing that your municipal police cannot prosecute any criminal matters in any court of law makes it wrong for them to investigate the matter. And what happens to those staffs who were found wanting? Are they still working at the council?
There is no phone missing when these machines were taken from the office. It was only the devices that were taken. And like I said, this machine cannot work in isolation. It has to have a username and a password.
The staffs who were involved, where are they now? Are they still working with the council?
Yeah, the staff are working. We've issued a warning letter even after they paid for the devices.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, CEO, what measures do you put in place to make sure that these people are protected so that the same thing will not happen by stealing machines? The areas there where these machines are kept, how do you protect that area now so that the same thing will not happen again?
Sorry, can you clarify which area, the areas where these machines are kept?
Either the houses or the stores, I can call it, where these machines are kept, or in a drawer. I remember you said these machines were stolen from a drawer. Am I not right?
Yes.
So do you have any better way to keep these machines rather than putting them in a drawer or keeping them at somewhere that people can easily have access to that?
Okay, what I want to say here once again is that these machines are allocated to individual collectors. Once a machine is to you, it becomes your responsibility to safeguard the machine. You are no longer encouraged to put the machine in the office and close the office and go. Because our municipal police cannot police each revenue stop station we have in the West Coast region. We don't have that capacity. So the alternative we do is that make sure that you keep your machines with you. You have a jacket for your machines, and then have your machines with you wherever you are. Do not leave the machines in the office.
CEO, do you think it is still safe for staff to be going with these machines in their various houses? Why can't you have a better way? I think I'll advise you have a better way to keep these machines, and then daily when they report to the office, they can just pick up their machines and do whatever work they're supposed to.
These collectors are not living, within the same area, and then their postings are also not within the same area. They are different zones. So, example, you cannot have a collector who is posted in Foni, and then you ask the collector, he have to come to Brikama to collect his device and go back and do the collections. You cannot also have a collector who lives around Bullfoot, and then you have to pay fares and bring this device back to the office when you close, or you leave it at your substation. So the substation is not really secure. Because, example, what happened in Sunju Alaji. So the best thing is that because they're having their phones wherever they go, so it's not very heavy. It's just similar to a phone. So you can have this wherever you go with inside your bag. So I think it's much more safe with the collectors than putting this in one station and asking them to collect it in the next day.
CEO, I think these machines are not safe with the collectors. Since you have offices in various markets where these councils, I think you have offices in various markets, right? I think the better idea would be if you can keep them, these machines in your offices, whereby you'll attach a security at that office so that this thing will not happen. I think it is better that way, rather than giving these machines to individuals to take them home.
I think, if I can just come in, what you are saying, I think this suggestion was made by the Honorable Njai first also. CEO, it is true, in fact, internal control, the best practice is the responsibility of the council to make sure that the safekeeping of the assets are done. There are procedures in place to make sure that the assets are saved accordingly. Leaving the machine with the staff to go in and from is in fact of a higher risk, and you are even risking their life. Wherever you have the substations also, it's your responsibility to provide something, whether the appropriate door or a safe or wherever, so that each and every thing it will be locked with an appropriate key to make sure that they are every morning they come and then collect. After work they go and then surrender, and it is safekeeping. Them going, I know even if because audit is based on sampling, I know even if the auditors knows that they go with this, even if I'm aware, it will come as part of a finding, as part of a risk. So I know the difficulty, everything cannot be bought. Maybe so now it's responsible of the council to provide facilities, whether the offices also to make sure that at least there are lockers that are this thing, and then they are locked there every morning you come and then collect, so that risk will not be, on the individual staff also. Yeah.
Okay, we will take note of your concerns and work on this. Thank you.
Okay, we may proceed. Still on the non-submission of financial records, on that, another area that has been highlighted is on the non-presented financial records, which also became an audit query. On that, in page 64, the findings, the listed financial records for the year 2021 were not presented for audit inspection. Main cash books, bank reconciliation statements, and financial statements. And then the auditor advanced to recommend that the management should ensure that the area council use the old system, which is the matrix, to complete its 2021 financial records until the finalization of the IFMIS system. And did you comply on that?
The stated financial records were all presented to the auditors for review.
And the recommendation that was made?
Yes, we are using the IFMIS currently, okay, and we are trying to also use the metrics account software package as well. So these two systems are used concurrently.
Yeah, maybe for clarity, by then IFMIS was newly introduced, and then they were not able to provide this because they are struggling with the IFMIS. So our recommendation was, if IFMIS is not going, why not you use your existing system to produce something, and then whilst working on making the IFMIS system better. And they adopted that. That's why they were able to produce some of these reports now. Yeah.
Okay, Chair. No, we still, yeah. So issue with that before we move on another one? Okay, then on that, okay, yes.
Knowing how important council documents are, especially to the people, any resident can just walk in and request for a document, and you have to provide them for them. So my question is, how do you keep your documents, the records of councils, both your income, expenditure, and other important documents?
Of course, the Director of Finance is responsible for the financial records, and then these are computerized records, through the software. So which are, of course, there are some users. Not everybody, have access to this software to ensure the confidentiality of the records. Now, what I mean is to ensure that not everyone, to ensure the safety, of the records. You don't have to have every person using the system.
It's in the Act here, Local Government Act, both in the Finance and Audit Manual, that any resident can just walk in, request for any document. These are public funds. It's our money. We need to know. We need to be informed. That's why we send councillors there. And if this was happening, why did it make it so difficult for the auditors to access those important documents?
I am not saying there is a restriction on the residents to request. What I'm saying is there should be users for the system. Not everybody should have access to use the system. The members of the public can have access to these records. Okay, but to ensure the safety of the system, of course, there should be some who are designated as users. This is what I'm trying to say. And I want to differ with the auditors there. It did not take us a long time to provide these records. You see, when we received the draft, so we were given a timeline to respond to the draft, and then we did respond it, with all these outstanding documents to the auditors before the deadline that was given to us.
No, I think that area is fine. This was just a recommendation where if this was new, so to avoid, they were struggling to provide it. We said to avoid that, you can use the old system to provide these things so that the reports will be finalized whilst continue on the training and then these things on the IFMI system,
Because when the IFMI started, it was new. The problem was in general for all the councils, because the system cannot generate reports, when it was rolled out. So the problem was general, across the board. So, but like he said, that's no longer the situation now, even with the rural councils.
Does your council conduct quarterly auditing, internal audit, and report to the General Council?
Yes. I can also confirm that the internal audit conducted a system audit, for 2020 as well, which is historic for the first time.
Yeah, okay. No supplementary question on that? Different issue on the chair? Okay. Unpresented?
Unpresented collector's cash book.
Yeah, I think
61.
Yeah, I think we dealt with that in the.
You dealt with that?
Yeah, in the analysis that were presented. Yeah, there were two that are pending to submit, and the process is on. One has already done, and then we are left with the remaining one. We still continue. It's still the same non-submissions. On that, we have unpresented payment vouchers. In accordance with Section 29 of the Act, payment vouchers should be available at the time of the auditing. Which the auditor said were not the case. The amount involved 3,733,319 on various transactions as follows: hire of trucks, purchase of rice, transport of rice, vehicles, repair, spare parts, purchase of two tires, and payment on fuel, and all the rest are on payment of fuel. The total amount involved is 3,733,319.9. The auditor recommended that the council should provide the payment vouchers of the said transactions that were highlighted above. What is your take on that?
Our response is that the figures quoted in the audit query are not the actual figures found in the cash book for these transactions. The figures are overstated. For example, payment voucher number 2231, 2021, the amount the auditors indicated is 150,000, whilst our records indicates a total of 53,840. So which is for, of course, the payment of fuel. The next payment voucher number 2095, 2021, the amount the auditor stated is 102,000, while our records indicate 48,710, which is, of course, for the payment of fuel. So the list goes on. The third payment voucher 2253, the amount the auditors indicated is 250,000, whilst our records indicates 58,820. The fourth payment voucher number 2113, the amount the auditors indicated is 102,000, whilst our records indicated 46,440. The fifth payment voucher number 2152, the amount the auditors indicated is 148,000, whilst our records indicate 50,550. The sixth payment voucher number 2216, the amount the auditors indicated is 148,000, whilst our records indicate 58,735. The seventh payment voucher number 2251, the auditors indicated, which is for the stationery, the actual details is for the purchase of spare parts for BSE 3. So it's not in essence for stationery, which means the details quoted by the auditors is incorrect. The eighth payment voucher 1655, the payee was Omar Sidibe. Sorry, the auditors indicated that the payee was Omar Sidibe, but the correct payee is Mustafa Mane. So these vouchers reference were provided to the auditors for review.
Now, I would like to get the response of the auditor. They are saying that your figures are incorrect and they are giving different figures. What's your take on that?
Yeah, the auditors for comment said the payment vouchers were presented and reviewed, and we agree with the management on the errors. I think what happened was during the audit, the vouchers were not presented. Okay. So they were using the cash book to, but after they did that reconciliation, yeah.
Okay. Ndewunjai?
I noted the auditors' response, but then again, the names were different. The management said the payee was Mustafa Mane, whilst the initial recorded was Omar Sidibe. And I think that cannot be an error. And the timing as well, because a voucher raised and payment made should be submitted immediately. That is why I said proper recording comes in, because they can just, forge, I would say, or do anything. Basically, because timing is also of essence. When the auditors, like you said, you've spent 6 months there and those were not in record, and all of a sudden they were presented with apparently a wrong name. I think this committee should request for the pro forma, because it was for items bought, hire of purchase, and hire of trucks, and here it said Omar Sidibe, and apparently they paid Mustafa Mane. So I think we should look at the initiating document to ascertain whether what they are saying is actually the real thing.
Yeah, just I see mention, I think this cross-cutting issue in all the public sector, the timely provision of documentation, some of these things, because even if you look at this one, because before the auditors get there, they will request for all the information that they will, all the documents also. Then if the vouchers are not presented on time, then they might be looking at the cash book. So if what they are seeing in the car, or maybe they are using another information, you know, to come up with, because even if you don't provide, they have to look at ways of getting information. So it's just the late submission of these payment vouchers. Just to buttress on our point, we just need to encourage that at least documentations are provided on time to avoid this type of misrepresentation errors in future. But in this case, it was later provided, and then we reconcile, and then, yeah. Your point, I can see your point. Okay, there is possibility that work on something else, and then again, and then, yeah. Yeah. So this, but again, this why in auditing, we don't give absolute assurance. It's on sample basis, because wherever there is collusion or fraud somewhere, also auditors doesn't have the capacity, you know, to dig into that. That's why audit, we are very careful. We said reasonable assurance, what comes to our attention or what comes to our desk. Whatever happened behind the scene is difficult, so, you know, so that's why we are careful in that. We have our limitation.
Is that okay? Okay. The concern is noted. BSc?
No, well, I think the auditor's further comment has clearly indicated that, you know, they took full responsibility and adjusted this error. So these vouchers are auto-generated, you know, and then this were drawn from the cash books. So what we have was most of our money in our records. So, and then, you know, once you're going to have a payment voucher with two PV numbers, you're going to have that. So in essence, I think my brother need to just read the auditor's further comment, and then we move on. Because if you said, you know, you have noted the errors, so I think that is we need to move ahead, because you cannot report that, you know, the PV number 2231, you know, is 150, when in actual fact what we have is 53,840. So there's no collusion, there's no game here. I want to draw the attention of the Honorable Njai to that. If the amount the auditors indicated is higher than what is in our records, you know, I think that is reasonable enough to say, you know, this was errors on the part of the auditors. So if Trawali did mention that, I think the way forward is that we need to move on now.
They work on cash basis. So cash can be lost in transit. So it can be understated. Meanwhile, the vouchers might have 150 and the cash release 150, yet the payment would be underrated. So we are requesting for the pro forma, the invoice, and the payment vouchers, and the receipt of payment, with all due respect.
Yes, CEO. That's the request.
Okay, sir.
Noted.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can act upon later and submit those documents to the committee. We may proceed. I think on the issue of the unpresented deposit slips, at one point had been addressed. Yeah. What was pending for the remaining few to be made available for inspection. Yes, sir. Then the other area that was not touched on non-submissions is still unpresented canteen register. This also was an audit query. The audit found out that the canteen register for the years 2020 and 2021 were not presented for audit inspection as required by the law, and then they made several requests through the market master, but the register were not provided for review, and recommended that the management should provide these registers for review. Did the management so?
Yes, the canteen register was presented to the auditors for review.
Auditor?
Yeah, the canteen register was presented, but it was not properly maintained, as the references, dates, and serial numbers were all mixed up.
Management?
We take note of the further comments by the auditors, and we'll work on to improve the canteen register.
Certainly.
Yes, sir.
Honorable members, any comment on that? They've taken note of the auditor's final recommendation, and that they will act to improve. habitually.
Because I see people, executive, they have to be more proactive as well and make sure that they go with the time. And honestly, we are not satisfied with councils that we have nationally. And I think those are the backbone of development in this country. Councils are steadfast. When they push us and we are not being hard or being unreasonable. We just think that our people deserve the best. And Brikama Area Council being one of the largest, I think they should push a lot harder and make sure that at least they set example. They have the largest landmass, I think. They have the largest population in the nation, so at least their people also deserve the best. That is why we are pushing. We are not saying that what you have done is wrong individually, but as elected or appointed, officials, that's why we are holding you responsible, just like our electorate is expected to hold us responsible. We have 3 members of parliament that come from your area, and I think they should push you hard. I wish that when my area council comes, I will be sitting here, but unfortunately it will be a conflict of interest because it's my husband, so I wouldn't be able to sit. But then I will brief my colleagues to make sure that they push them really hard and make sure that they do the right thing for my area.
Hello, yes, I think. No, I think, yeah, let's continue, then at our end, what we should do, we can come to that. Now, before we get to another, I think council is trying to note that they are going to adjust, but interestingly, we want to know why is the register not properly maintained in the first place?
This is the first time the issue of the canton register is reflecting in the audit report. We have records of, those who are occupying the permanent stalls in each of the markets, and then maybe the system that is recommended that maybe we're not keeping records of these details as per the recommendations of the audit, but we're doing it on our part to ensure that we have a proper recording system to know who is occupying which canteen, and then your address, and then, the receipts of payments, that is the GTR numbers and so on. We have our own records keeping, so maybe that is inadequate, but these records are there like they are indicated. So they are mixed, maybe they are just mixed up on their part. Maybe they want, us to have the names, the reference, in order, and then we are doing it otherwise. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a proper records of those who are occupying the permanent stalls. So that's why I said we'll adjust and try to adopt to the suggestion of the auditors.
This file is there.
Okay, thank you. I'm very interested in that because I have long since been advocating for that. Our communities are so disorganized, and partly is caused by councils, all in the name of revenue generation. I have been pushing this at the Cardiff municipality when I was a councillor. It's not all about collecting from the people, but you have to serve the people. A place like Brikama Market, it should be a concern of council to have a register in the form of a manifesto to know all the people, all the vendors who are in that market in the event of anything, so that you can be accountable. You understand? So this is something that I think council should work on. At the same time, you will also be able to regulate, the vendors and keep our environment clean. Thank you.
Your observation is noted. Thank you.
Okay. Any other issue on that? On the unpresented personnel files, the auditor also made that observation in the findings that the understated personnel files requested were not presented up to the time of writing the report. And the auditor recommended that the management should provide this file for audit to authenticate whether those on payroll are genuine employees of the council, that is, if they are not ghost workers. What's your take on that?
The listed files were presented for the auditor's inspection.
Auditor, Nora O'Haran.
Yeah, the files were later produced and verified, but there's discrepancy between the date of birth and the ID card of one staff, that is Seydou Njai. Yeah.
Management?
We took note of the discrepancy, and we will communicate to the staff concerned to adjust the date of birth on the birth certificate and also on the national ID card.
You've taken note?
Yes, we've taken note of that.
But you've not regularized them yet?
We've spoken to the head of the police administration, and they will regularize that.
We are fear that they may be there as ghost workers. Is that the case?
No, this particular staff is there.
They're there?
It's on our payroll. So, but the difference is the date of birth on his birth certificate is different from the date of birth on his ID.
Okay.
On his ID card.
Yeah, can you regularize that, please?
Yes, sir.
And the colleagues, no other issue on that? Can we go to understatement of deposits, which is also an audit query? You can find that in page 75. And the auditor took note of that and indicated that the noted an understatement of 33,756.24 in respect of deposits by revenue collectors that are detailed below. And further recommended that the management should ensure that the understated amounts are looked into and when necessary makes recoveries from the said staff responsible. Management?
The affected collectors, except Binta Jallo and Jaria Tumbai, were written to settle the understated amounts on or before 31st October 2022, sorry. However, for Jaria Tumbai, the amount stated and the amounts on the printout are different. As for Binta Jallo, the GTR number 3081901 amounting to 7,625 is found to be deposited at FIB Bank. Both the printouts and the deposits were presented to the auditors for inspection.
Auditor?
The understated of 23,981.30 was outstanding. However, letter dated 12 September 2022 were written to the staff below to pay back the understatement. So the table below where the staff were written to pay back the amount.
Management, have they complied?
The deadline given is today.
For today is the deadline. Then one will assume that they've already complied. And that finance director can tell us that reliably that they have paid.
Yes, sir. Once we go back to the office, I'm sure we'll be able to confirm that because we have not passed through the office. We come straight from our houses to the committee to appear before the committee.
I'll be happy to hear that maybe on or before today, they could have complied and then
be rest assured.
paid. How will I get the information after today that they have paid?
If you want us to communicate to the clerk, we will. If you want us to communicate to yourself, we will communicate to you.
Then you can do so.
To
Either
who?
way,
Okay.
if you write to the office of the clerk, I will get the information.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
All right, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Cham? Okay. And then the other issue is on unpaid licensing and court fines. Pardon?
What I'm saying is, he said he will, you ask him either way, either by call or written.
Not call, by writing.
By writing,
You can write to either office of the clerk or chairperson of the committee, either way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
By writing, yeah.
On unpaid licensing and court fines, the auditor noted unpaid licensing and fines of $33,300 by institution herein. This was as a result of unpaid licensing and fine of $50,000 and then $10,300 respectively. The clinic paid $30,000 in installment. In addition, the said company was not on the list of debtors for the year 2021. The detail of installment payments are highlighted below, which amounted to $30,000. The auditor recommended that the management should ensure that the outstanding balance is recovered without delay and a list of debtors adjusted accordingly. Yes. What's your take on that?
Yes, thank you. Our response was that we have made frantic efforts to recover the outstanding balance owed by the clinic. As a result, it was brought to our notice that the clinic is no longer operational. A copy of the letter addressed to the CEO of this clinic is attached. It was submitted to the auditors for review. We have also taken note of the need to update the list of debtors to include this clinic for the year 2021.
When the clinic is no longer available, what further step did you take?
We will engage auditors on that because it was part of our response. So, but we will have another engagement and report, because the letter that was sent to the CEO of the clinic, cannot be handed over because the clinic is not operational. There is no one in the clinic now. So, in fact, it's closed as we speak.
On the court fines?
Yes, because we cannot recover the license, so it's the same thing with the court fines against the clinic because they are not available.
Auditor?
There was no auditor's further comment on that. Yeah.
We're in this predicament. The clinic is nowhere to be found. And he said, just as we were out, that they'll further engage the auditor on that. The clinic, I would call it, is at large.
Yeah, I think the auditors just brought some of these things about just to avoid that reputational risk to the council. They do and they need to appear them. But if they are responsible, they make effort to recover the outstanding balance. As a result, it was brought to our notice that the clinic is no longer operational. A copy of the letter addressed to the CEO is attached for your reference. Auditors further comment only came in if at all there is discrepancy for you to make clarification. But if they said, what I want to say, not that all the findings will have auditors further comment. Yeah.
Yeah, and then council. Why was the outstanding amount not in the debtors list of the council in the first place?
Like I said, Honorable, we will update the debtors list, but at this point in time, we cannot include these clinics in the debtors list because of the situation. That was why we did not include it, because if the clinic is not operational, so there's no way we could trace or recover this debt. So that was the only objective.
Yeah, it can be there, then you can explain the circumstance surrounding it.
Okay, sir, that's noted. All right, sir.
Honorable members, any other issue on that? Still on the non-submissions, this one on the unpresented deposit slips for rates and then taxes, we can find this in page 78. The council did not present some deposit slips in respect of collections of the amount involving 446,863 for rates and taxes for audit inspections. The table listed below comprise those collections. And then the auditor recommended that management should provide deposit slips for these collections for audit inspections in order to confirm that it was banked. What's your take on that?
In 2020, all rates collectors were submitting to the principal cashier, which is evidenced by the GTR numbers that is quoted, on page 78 and page 79 respectively. It was only in 2021 when the collectors started using the POS machines that they have started depositing, at the bank and bringing the deposit slips to the principal cashier.
Auditor?
The query remains unresolved. Council should present the deposit slips from the principal cashier who was in receipt of the fund from the collectors.
Management?
The auditor's further comment is noted.
And you promise to act on that?
Yes, sir.
And regulate it in the soonest possible time?
Yes, sir.
Honorable members, any comment on that before we proceed? See how you have that.
Maybe the committee can give us the timeline. But we can request to be given until end December 2022.
We don't want this to see the same issue be repeated in the next report. Okay?
Yes, sir.
At your end, you can take it up as soon as possible, but at our end, since we will not have the opportunity to meet you again until your next submission in 2023.
Yeah.
So we don't want this to be repeated.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's why we indicated from 2021 onwards, they were depositing at the bank and bringing the slips to the principal cashier.
The next issue is surrounding payment without competitive bidding. You can find that in page 84. On the procurement, the auditor noted a payment amounting to $642,952 for purchase of spare parts and stationaries were made without the required 3 quotations. Details are shown in the table below. And further recommended that the management the auditor recommend that required quotations should be obtained as per the threshold stipulated in the GPPA Act and regulations. Your take on that?
We admit the shortcomings. These cases are extremely rare occurrence and beyond our circumstances. At some instances, we will endeavor to improve on the findings in future transactions.
Auditor?
No further comment. Just as I.
Okay. And hope management by 2023, that issue will be regularized.
Yes, sir. In fact, these issues are no longer the case now. Our compliance review report can attest to that.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Noted. The other concern is payroll deductions. The auditor noted that some of the staffs were paid less than 50% of their salaries as take home for the year 2021. And then the affected staff are listed in the table below. The auditor further recommended that the management should ensure that the above regulation is adhered to. Did you?
We admit the payroll deductions are incorrect. We will endeavor to rectify this matter as soon as possible.
You mean the payroll deductions were incorrect?
Yes.
How did that happen?
No, like you could have a particular staff,
Okay.
who is taking a loan, and then comes, with a pressing family matter and wants supplementary, or part salary. So when they take that, then, it makes the deductions, to be incorrect. That's what we mean here. But sometimes you have people with pressing family matters that you just cannot turn away, or they will come and ask for a part salary. So of course, because these are your staffs. At the end of the day, you don't want to see your staffs struggling to address their personal or family matters. Yeah, but we'll take note of this and we will rectify this.
Yeah, I think the issue is, according to the regulation, you cannot deduct an employee more than 50% of his, even if he's having loans or other deduction. It shouldn't be more than 50% of his take home. So in this case, that's what happened. Staff are deducted more than 50% of their take home. So meaning it can force that staff to engage in other fraudulent activities here and there, or demotivated to him. So that's what we are reminding them of.
GPA?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry for taking you back a little, specifically on the procurement bit. The references on the regulation regarding the threshold, I think it is understated. It is stating the threshold as 10,000 and 30,000 for goods and services respectively. I think both goods and services is 20,000 now, the threshold here. Then works you have 50,000. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, any issue before you proceed? No issue on that. Can we proceed to the incorrect monthly bank reconciliation statement? I think we dealt with that in the other analysis. Huh? We don't?
Because it says the overstatement is Ecobank, in respect of Ecobank statement. And they have not given us record of Ecobank bank statement, of Ecobank balances. So that is important concern.
On page 7, we have the incomplete personal files, which was an issue, and then the auditor's findings reveals that the personal files that several key documents such as the birth certificates, appointed letters, and qualifications were not filed. Then the details were in Annex C, and made recommendation that the management should provide the unavailable documents and ensure that all personal files are updated with relevant information or documents. The management.
These files were updated and were presented for inspection to the auditors.
And regularized.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Njai, I was trying to say that the issue on known and incorrect performance of monthly bank reconciliation statements was dealt with in the other analysis paper, so you have a different view.
Yes, what I'm saying is that this particular one was not dealt with because they did not give us the bank statement for EcoBank, and this particular one is regarding to their EcoBank account charges, and we've not seen any balances or anything regarding EcoBank accounts.
Yes, CEO.
Yeah, can Honorable clarify? We did not submit to the committee or to the auditors? I think it is to the auditors.
Did you submit to the auditors?
We can confirm that these records were submitted to the auditors.
Auditor?
I think you can just read the finding, and so that people can flow.
Okay.
What I'm saying, Mr. Chair, when we looked at the 5 accounts, it was GT Bank, Zenith, Guarantee Trust, and I think Access Bank and another bank, but not EcoBank. And the CEO mentioned here that it was the only time that we had that we were told that they had EcoBank account, and it is reflecting here as bank charges for EcoBank. What I'm saying is that in the records we do not have bank balances of EcoBank, and here is reflecting the charges from EcoBank. So I'm not saying that it wasn't given to us. I'm saying that it is not reflected in the statements which were given to us. That's why I'm saying that it is left. It is a matter of concern because we cannot be talking about charges on an account when we do not actually know the bank balances of those accounts.
So as he recommended, let's just get to the findings and then their response. Then the auditors can come in. The findings indicated that the auditor noted overstatement of bank charges of $40,151.64 in the cash book for the year ended at 1st December 2020. The charges were $48,827.94 and $88,979.58 in respect of EcoBank statements and cash book respectively. The auditor further recommended that the management should ensure that these charges are adjusted accordingly and detailed furnished to this office for verification. And the management?
Sometimes error will occur during reconciliation, and the bank charges were duplicated. However, these were reversed in the bank reconciliation statements. Action to be taken. Situation is explained above. Officer responsible, Director of Finance. Date when situation will be regularized, already regularized.
Auditor?
No bank reconciliation statement for EcoBank 2020 was presented for our review.
Yes, management.
We can confirm that records were sent. We will do a further verification to establish this. But all the bank reconciliation statement, including that of EcoBank, were submitted.
Mr. Chair, going back to page 45.
Sorry, let's clear this, I'm sorry. Yes, so management and then auditors. This can confirm these submissions were made, and this one is trying to say the submissions were not made. Which is which?
Mr. Chair, go to page 45 and see.
They are related.
No, go to page 45. You will see all bank balances, but EcoBank. So it speaks for itself.
Yeah, let me get from the auditor first, then we get to page 45.
Sorry, the manager want to make comment.
Yeah, okay. I want to comment on the EcoBank. Though bank reconciliations were not provided, but the bank statement was provided. And also, if you go to the notes on page 45 for the 2021 financial statement, there's an EcoBank balance of 6,380,084, which is in red as part of their loans. So there's a balance for EcoBank. It was in red.
Yes. Management?
Yeah, I think the auditors has clarified the issue for the honorable member.
Okay. Now, can we get to the other issue? That can be found in page. Okay. On incomplete works, the auditor indicated that the auditor carried out fiscal inspection of works contracted to suggest by Brikama Area Council for road maintenance and rehabilitation along sections on the frontage of Boxbar, Lot 2. The contract agreement was signed on 30th December for a tune of $3,087,190.17, and following significant observations were made. And in the findings, the auditor observed that the road maintenance and rehabilitation works were incomplete during their site visit on 22nd June 2022, that the work should have been completed by September 2021, and further noted that the contractor was fully paid despite not completing the works. The auditor recommended that the management should ensure that the contractor complete the works without delay, since the whole contract amount was paid, or use the clause 10(1) of the contract agreement to recover the paid amount. Management?
The delay in the completion of this project is mainly attributed to the untimely procurement of materials by the contractor. This also coincided with the shortage of cement and basalt in the country. Therefore, the contractor requested for an extension of time, which was evaluated and eventually granted on the advice of the National Roads Authority. Now, on the amount that the contractor was fully paid despite not completing the work, we differ with that. The contractor was paid an amount of $1.6 million only, against the contract sum of $3,087,190.17.
You differ with the amount?
Yes, sir.
That is, what is your amount per se?
What we paid this particular contractor is $1,165,428.42 buttons.
That's what you paid.
Yes, for lot 2 to serve jars.
And what's the outstanding balance?
1.1 minus 3 million.
3 million.
87,190.17.
Okay. Yeah. So the request for extension, did you do that?
The request for extension was evaluated and granted on the advice of the National Road Authority.
Okay.
But he did not fulfill that requirement, and we eventually, on the advice of the National Road Authority, who are the consultant of the project, we applied a false account against the contractor.
Auditor?
There was no auditor's further comment because this thing was done, discussed with the management, given the opportunity to respond, and it's not mentioned in our response that the amount was incorrect. So there was no auditor's further comment on this. Yeah.
Honorable Cham.
So can we then request for the contract documents to know the amount of money that they are supposed to pay?
The amount we're supposed to pay the contractor is not in dispute. That is the amount that we should pay for the contract. What is in dispute is the amount that is already paid to the contractor. What we paid
to recover that amount?
No. The amount for the contract is 3,087,000.
Yes, I get that.
Yes, and then we paid 1.1. That's 1,165,428.42.
Yes.
Against the contract sum. So we then granted extension on the advice of NRA, and he did not honor that extension, so we ended up applying false account.
Okay.
Yes, which means now we are working with NRA to identify a suitable contractor to complete the work.
So that's the final person asset now?
False account, yes, sir.
So what's the progress on that?
We're working with the National Road Authority to identify a suitable contractor to complete the work.
I said, what's the progress on that move?
We're on that identification.
Or you are still on the identification?
Yeah, because what happened, NRA also is also they're busy with the OIC Urban Roads project as well. So, and then they have been providing that technical assistance to the council.
Yeah.
Honorable, was it Honorable Njai who requested, is it Ocham, the contract documents in relation to the contract? I'll come to that. Yes, Honorable Cham. Oh, okay.
The request is noted, sir.
The request noted. We are concerned on the observation that was made by the auditor that there was full payment of the total amount.
No, that was not.
Auditor?
Just as I've mentioned, because audit is always done in consultation. Whatever you're doing, you will bring the facts to them, discuss them, send them the drafts. All these things is to confirm the factual accuracy of your report. So if those things are not featured here, and then maybe at the time of concluding this report, we are assuming that was the fact. Well, if he said that wasn't the case, that it's just for National Assembly to need further work on that, then we can do that. But as far as we are concerned for now, nothing came to our notice that the figure was incorrect as far as the report is concerned.
Management?
Yes, we have the IPCs for these payments. We can make them available together with the contract document.
Okay. Yes. That's additional request that the committee is making. If you can equally make that document available to the committee. In the first place, was the contract through competitive bidding?
Yes, sir. This was open tender. It was on the media.
And the terms and conditions were stipulated?
Yeah. And prior to that, we secured approval from GPA for the procurement method. For the bidding documents and also for the procurement methods. Yeah.
Was a consultant appointed?
NRA is providing technical assistance to the council. We have an MOU with the National Road Authority.
They serve as the consultant?
Yes, sir.
That's part of your MOU?
Yes, sir.
So, Chair, I want to further
Okay,
ask.
comment.
So do you already identify another contractor to complete this project?
We're working with NRA to help identify, a contractor, to complete this project. At this point in time, they are stretched, so they have asked us to give them time, and they will get back to us after the rains, and so that we can complete this work.
Okay, I just want to put further comment on this, because this is council, and such contract, I expect if you are dealing with contractors, they shouldn't play with you like this, because these are public funds. So especially a project like this, because the issue is you cannot just give a contract to somebody and they start playing with you, and this is a council. So, and it's going to be part of your achievement. So I think you shouldn't allow, because I saw part of the agreement, if he fails to deliver on time, there is a consequence. So for that being the case, I don't know, how do you go with him? Because actually, we all understand he can give excuses also, but I don't know how did you go with that when he failed the timeline.
Yes. Most of the delays was caused by when there was a shortage of cement in the country and basalt, and then that took him quite a long time to start work. So we understood his reason for extension, and then NRA accepted the reasons that was advanced by the contractor, and that was why we gave him that. But now we have no option than to apply for forced account, by which means we identify a contractor to complete the work, and then the remaining balance, if there's an amount that is left, then that's his money. If there is no amount that is left, then it's going to be a loss for.
But hope you'll not, in fact, hope. So who do you think is the loser here, the contractor or the council, as far as this contract is concerned? Because if you terminate, and already you made an advance payment.
No, it's a forced account, okay. which is different from termination.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I know the delay is very frustrating, of course, and then we share those similar concerns, because we're pushing very hard to ensure that this project are completed on time. But these were the situations, because when there was shortage of cement, we have no control over it, and also basalt. And then, of course, he needed those materials to start work.
Then we may proceed. I think the key issues on the management later has been exhausted. We may get to the activity report, which we have some issues that we also want to share with you. One is surrounding the income and revenues. On that, it is this one is in the analysis of the SMS. The second, the one we recorded, the third document. Where you have 22 October dated 31st October 2022. Analysis. That's for the members.
Oh, okay.
This for the members. Okay, you are there. On that, in page 2 of that, we have issues surrounding the government subventions to council. If you look at your council revenue analysis, government for 2021 subvented council 2 million, that is just 2.3%, and in 2020 is 2.7%, 2019 2.2%. We believe by the act, your development budget, government should come in at least 25%. So this is far under subvented. What's your take on that?
We will not call these subventions. I think these are conditional grants. You are asked to identify projects that you want to implement for the fiscal year, and once you do the costings and the BOQs, then you submit it for funding by the ministry. So we agree wholeheartedly with you that government need to commit to the 25% development budget as indicated in the act, in the Local Government Act.
What does the act state? Is it that conditional grant as you put it, or a subvention of that percentage?
What we are treating this both at the level of the ministry and
No,
council.
I'm not saying what the government is saying. What does the act?
No, the act is talking about the 25% development support.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that forthcoming?
No, that's not been forthcoming.
What is forthcoming?
Is the subventions.
Subvention?
Yes.
At the tune of?
Like I said, in 2019 it was 500,000. Then in 2020, 1 million. Then in 2021 is 2 million per council.
So what's your reaction to that?
The subvention do not represent the 25% development budget. So the subvention, the 2 million, is very much on the low side.
It would of interest to put to you, this concern was put to the minister, local regional government at the last ordinary, is it extraordinary or what? Something like that. On a response to question and answer. His position is, or was, let me put it this way, that the council's audited accounts are not forthcoming. So if you are giving money and then the reports are not forthcoming, it does not make sense for you to be giving that money out. But I don't think council is the only institution which are subvented. And in terms of having audited accounts submitted, a lot of institutions are not complying according to the constitution. The act provided that the council should be subvented by the ministry, that percentage. If the ministry is deciding the other way because councils are not providing their audited accounts, what's your take on that?
No, that was not the outcome of our discussions that we have with the ministry in order for us to attract the 25% development support. The outcome was that the council needs to prepare their estimates, at the same time with government, so that we can submit this, so that it can be incorporated into the ministry's budget, for tabling before the National Assembly, and then we did that for 2023.
You did that for 2023?
Yes, sir.
Or you were not doing that before?
That has not been the excuse of councils not getting the 25%. Just like you were mentioning one of the excuses, which was, of course, not brought to our notice. But I can confirm here that the councils, were here last year to present their audited financial statement for 2019 before the previous select committee, which was historic in actual sense. Now, we were told in order for us to get this 25%, we need to present our budget to the ministry, so that it can be incorporated as one, and then the ministry can forward that to the assembly, and that was done.
I would take that the 2023 budget that is about to come, councils have actually acted on that, and they have presented their 2023 budget estimate to the ministry concerned.
Yes, the capital expenditure for 2023.
Capital expenditure for budget, 2023.
Yes.
The clerk, can you take note of that? Because I think, honorable members, we should have that up during the budget review, If that is the issue that is pending, the fulfillment of that legal requirement, if councils are meeting that, then that means, well, we should see the realization of fulfillment of that legal requirement as well. I put to you what the minister put before the National Assembly was a different thing. Maybe he's a new minister. Yeah, he was not updated as actually what was transpiring between the then ministry and then then the council. So, but this was also another thing, that your financial, audited financial reports were not forthcoming. Now that Fpac is engaged in you, they are coming, and you are also making your budget estimates available to him. I have hope that your 25% subvention also will equally be forthcoming. Honorable members? Yes, Chair?
The issue of the 25%, the minister get all wrong. He doesn't understand that. He even exposed himself that he doesn't know how council works. Because the council budgets are approved by the ministry. They are sent before the 31st of September, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Huh? No, in actual fact, sorry, the budgets are approved by the council itself. So you just send it to the minister for endorsement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he will make comments with issues that he has with the budget.
Yeah.
But as soon as he returns that estimate to the council,
Yes, sir.
then it becomes a law that council can operate based on that budget.
Yes, sir.
So this is what the subvention is talking about. 25% of the development budget presented to the ministry should be coming as subvention. And it does not only stop there. It also says at least a minimum of 10% should be given, grant should be given to all the councils. But what the minister was justifying, I put it to him that that was a source of revenue that belongs to the council. That's the car park fee that they are giving councils, like 500,000 to every council. They say it amongst all the councils. But based on the Local Government Act, once the council present their budget to the minister and the minister make his comments, so it becomes operational. So that's what we are saying. For example, Carnegie Municipal Council, the annual budget is 250,000, meaning government should give them 25% of 250,000 so that they can also give out services to the community. Thank you. So based on that and based on our interaction, we are not being harsh to you. We were here at the plenary defending how weak our councils are as a result of government not coming to their aid. Thank you. And again, there was a time when they called all the council. What the government was saying is that they will start operating this development budget for all the councils. But all the councils have to open one consolidated account, development account with the central bank, so that they can determine, council's development budget.
Is on the source of revenue of the council, that you lost some of your major sources of revenue to certain institutions like GRE, geology, the Gambia Livestock Marketing, Judiciary, and then GT Board. Now, what are you doing as an institutions to regain, if not fully or partly, these sources of revenue, and how is this loss of major source of revenues affect the development of your council?
Thank you. The lost revenue component has a serious effect, on our efforts to bring development to meet the needs and aspirations of the people of the West Coast region, because these are major traditional revenue sources. One is the car park fees. The car park fees are paid to each council every 6 months, and each council receives the same amount. And then we've been working with the Public Finance Management Directorate of the Ministry of Finance to see how best do we recover these lost revenue components for the councils. For example, for geology, it could be, it was for Brikama alone where mining takes place, but now mining takes place in other parts of the country as well. So there's this MOU that is on the sharing of the royalties received from these quarrying operations, where the 50% goes to the government, and also the 25% goes to geology, 20% goes to the council, and 5% goes to NEA. So it is our position that we need to revisit this MOU that was signed in 2019, so that council can have a larger share of the percentage in order to fund development projects in communities that are indirectly or directly affected by quarrying operations. Now, if you go to the issue of the cattle tax, it's not only limited to Brikama. I think mostly this affects most of the rural countries as well, so which is collected by the Gambia Livestock Marketing Agency. Because sometimes these revenues have some corresponding responsibilities. So these corresponding responsibilities still remains with the council. And then in actual fact, the size of the West Coast region do not translate to the revenue potential of the region. Because majority of these revenue sources are no longer with us. You also have the issue of the TDA, which is collecting operational licenses from hotels, both within the tourism development area and also outside of the TDA. Example, a guest house or an hospitality facility, in the Phoenix, it's not paying trade license to Brikama. And then we're saying the trade license, the TDA is about 800 meters from the sea. So you cannot just justify the fact that GTB will continue to collect trade license, from hospitality establishments outside the TDA. So, like I said earlier on, we're working with the PFM Directorate, and then recovering these revenue components is part of our PFM strategy 2021-2025. But we will need the support of the ministry, we need the support of the National Assembly, and most especially this August committee to recover these lost revenue components.
Do you have signed any MOU with some of these institutions?
No, we do not have an MOU that was signed with these institutions. What exists is the MOU that is signed by our ministry and the Ministry of Energy and Geology for the sharing of the sand mining royalty payments.
As BSC, can we get to the activity report 2020, page 23? This on some of the development projects that are undergoing or undergoing. The construction of, the first one is the office complex of BAC. That's the main office, at a tune of 22.5 million. And it is indicated the work almost completed. Yeah, and that it is presently running behind program due to COVID-19. This was 2020. Can you give us the update report on this project?
The main office complex is handed over and is in use.
It's in use?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the complex, with the work of the complex?
There have been some defects, and then these defects were communicated to the contractor. In general, in actual fact, we are not satisfied with the work. We have communicated this to the contractor, through Gunworks, and also the consultants. Some of the defects were fixed. Some other defects remains unresolved, while other defects are still emerging.
Can you tell us the defects that are fixed and the ones that are still pending, if you can?
There are some loose tiles that were detected, and they were addressed. But you have some of the issues of the leakages that are still unresolved. We're in discussion with the contractor. Some other defects are electrical, and then we have addressed that as well. And also the ceiling, there are also some defects with regards to the ceiling as well.
Who was responsible for the award of that contract?
Gunworks was responsible. Gunworks was managing this contract.
And when you made that to them, what was their take on it?
I must admit that they have acted fast and engaged the contractor. That was why at least a large part of the defects were addressed, even after the defect liability period.
And Mr. Clerk, can you take note of this particular contract awarded by Gunworks, and BSC is not satisfied with the work? There are defects that were made, and some are still pending, and which Gunworks should address. I try to make this because I would have listened to you attentively. What will be your reaction if you say otherwise, that you are not satisfied? I would have told you that you definitely, whoever is passing around that complex would not be satisfied with that work. Just compare that with that of the KMC complex. Yeah, I think the work was not properly done. It was not, did not do any justice to BSC. And it happened that you are not the one responsible for the contract, but by Gunworks. They cannot just watch and allow people to be doing work just like that. And we will know that, and that will be very reflective in our report. And we recommend also, when the report is later, for the local government committee to go and do their site visit on the complex. The clerk, please take note. The other one is the Sukura Mariamakunda Road construction at a tune of $49,329,100, also almost completed. The project has run behind schedule as well. What is the update on that road?
It is also a Gunwork contract, yes, where we paid a counterpart contributions.
What percentage by BSC?
About 5% counterpart contribution. In actual fact, it's not only this particular project, it's about 6 other projects as well, including the Nema Kunki market project.
Yeah, can you give us the latest update on the progress on that project?
Work is still at a standstill. Like we mentioned in the activity report, the project is behind schedule.
The contract was due to be completed at what time?
The records are available in the office, but I'm sure, like we mentioned here, the project has run behind schedule. It should have been completed by now.
Yeah, but actually, at what time was it? When was it supposed to complete?
We can provide those details to the committee.
Yeah, you may do so.
Yeah.
The other one is the pavement of Brikama, Boxbar, Mini Stadium, front at a tune of 3,199,160. The contract awarded to a certain company, and then the site yet to be handed over to the contractor. What is the state of the project?
At this point in time, this was in 2020.
Yes.
The contract was signed in December for this project. You know, the contract signing is different from the site handing over. So, you know, the site was handed over in January 2021. So this was the project that we mentioned earlier on, where our first account was applied.
Okay, that's the same project?
Yeah, it's the same project, yes, which is lot 2.
And the construction of the road from Brikama, Health Johnson, via the Methodist Academy, Newtown Highway, concrete pavement, and then at a tune of 9.7 million, the site yet to be handed over to the contractor.
This project is lot 1. This project, as we speak, is completed.
Completed?
Yes, at the time of writing this activity report, the site was yet to be handed over in 2020.
Has it been handed over now?
The project is completed, yes.
Completed?
Yes, that's the pavement via from the church, the district hospital, and straight to Methodist Academy.
Which one passed through the area council Johnson, Market Johnson?
That's lot 1. That's this project.
That's this one?
It goes to Methodist, yes.
But that portion, is that completed?
Which portion? The portion
The
to
Johnson around between Market and then council? That turn,
GRA? Going to GRA?
Yeah, going to GRA.
No, that is not.
No.
Going to the governor's office?
Governor's office, yes.
No, that is not part of this project.
That's not part. Which project is that one?
That is part of the project for 2023.
2023.
Yes.
Okay. The other one running behind schedule is the construction of Gida Market at a tune of 500,000. What's your take on that?
These are ward allocations that are provided to ward councillors to execute priority wards projects, you know, in their respective wards. And then this market in Jeddah is one of them. We admit that there are some gaps, serious gaps in the work with regards to the construction of this market.
Yes, and how do you regularize that?
The General Council has met, and we have taken a decision for the council to complete this pending project, which are regarded as wards allocations.
The other project behind time is also the construction of Basori Market, also at a tune of 500,000.
Basori, like the market in Jeddah, you know, falls under the same category.
The General Council is also meeting over that.
They have already met and taken a decision on this project.
And what's the decision?
The decision is for the council to proceed to complete this project. Well, the funds were provided to the wards, through the ward councillor, and then the funds were managed by the ward development committee. So, but we have realized that there have been some slow progress with regards to the completion of this project.
Okay, honorable colleagues, these are the issues that are stated to be behind schedule. If you have any other issue around the activity report, you may quickly do so, then we wrap up.
Yeah, can I comment here?
Yes.
It's about your office complex. During the process of the construction, was there any officer or so who was supervising the project? Because the reason why we are saying this, because the local government committee went round to other offices and similar issues emerge. So, and normally, I think the project, there was a counterpart contribution. So basically, you should have your say in the project. When the project was going on, was there any collaboration between the contractor and the council?
I can say something. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. With regards to GAMWORKS projects, yes, we normally have a say, but it is very limited. But the issue is everything is being managed by GAMWORKS. But whenever they will come to the office, whenever there is a project, and then ask us to identify. When we identify, then we will do the prioritization based on the availability of the funds. When that is done, when we finalize on the projects that the council wants, then the GAMWORKS will go out to tender and invite bidders. When bidders are being invited, then they will ask us to, they will ask our presence at tender opening. Then the evaluation will be done, and later the contract will be awarded. But normally the procedure is we don't talk to the contractor directly. Whatever defects that we see, we will communicate to GAMWORKS, then GAMWORKS to the consultant, and then the consultant to the contractor. So that one alone is also a constraint, because looking at that long bureaucracy, sometimes we find it very difficult. And whenever we see issues, we report to GAMWORKS. But then this particular case is a rare case for the office complex, because we have been battling with GAMWORKS to the consultant, then to the contractor.
That you detected, as far as the structure is concerned, did they address it, the contractor? Did he fix everything?
No, he did not fix everything.
So who fixed it?
Because within the liability period, come rain, you never detect any defects for the ceiling work. So when it rains, we went around the first time, we saw serious leakages. So we compiled all those defects, and even some of the tiles were not even good. We compiled all those things, and then if you look at the veranda also, instead of it is being sloped out, it is sometimes slooped in. So when rainwater falls, you will see water running inside the building. So these are all defects that we take note, and we wrote officially to GAMWORKS, they were notified. So when the contractor came, he only fixed the ceiling work. But if you fix the ceiling work and the roof is not fixed properly, so the ceiling work will not also be fixed properly. So these are the issues that we are dealing. If you go to the council today, when it rains, you'll see water flowing inside. And
so I think, Chairman, CEO, you should pursue that, because you cannot just have a structure for the sake of structure. At least you also contributed, even though it was minimal, but at the end of the day...
8.3%.
Yes. So basically, you should pursue that to ensure that, at least they fix these things. So I don't know how your agreement was, but definitely that has to be done.
Thank you. Okay, Chairman, want to say something?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to you all. Honorable Jame, you are right. Since this thing occurred, according to the Director of Planning, I personally have been calling GAMWORKS to come and fix this issue. I think the other time when the CEO was even away or overseas, I've been calling them. When it rains, that day there will be no better work in some offices. Even my office was flooding. Then I have to call them for them to come and fix this issue. But to be candid enough, the work isn't proper at all. There are so many defects that has to be fixed. There are so many defects. And then, according to her, that is the truth. We have a minimal say in this issue. Then we need to have an institution to help us. That is number one. This August, the committee responsible for local governments. I think you need to pursue this for us. We don't know what and how, but it is not easy with us. The office is not okay.
But how about Galga? Because I think Galga is a stakeholder in as far as GAMWORKS is concerned. Did you engage Galga about this issue?
We didn't engage Galga, because I think there is nothing like push and pull. We're just reporting back to them what we have found. So if at all they have come out plain that they wouldn't do that, that wouldn't be the time. That would be the time when we'll try to put our voice to Galga, so that Galga can also come in collaboration with us. But in this matter, we need to report to GAMWORK to show them what we have found in the offices, and we did that. The office of the Directorate of Planning did it. The CO's office and my office is also doing it. Even not, I think last week I was calling them for some issues.
Okay, it's all right, it's okay. We'll take it up as a committee of the regional government. We'll be coming there, so we'll visit this structure. Then we'll make our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think before, as I said, the salient issues on constructions that are far behind schedule have been raised and adequately responded to by BAC. We observe also on this one in finance that council consumes about 1 million worth of fuel every month. That is to say, if by 2021, 10,968,000, and then in 2022 is 9,145,000. Roughly one will say monthly this is about 1 million. We want to know how many roadworthy vehicles officially are in use by the council.
Okay, first we have the garbage trucks, which are 8 in number, the new ones. You have additional vehicles as well. You have 2 open trailer trucks, maybe 2 of them, and then you also have about 2 tractors, plus the official utility vehicles, which are about 6. We also have motorbikes for revenue collectors that are numbering about more than 15. We also provide fuel for tertiary work, community tertiary work on road rehabilitations.
And that
it's not limited to that. Yes, we provide fuel also to government departments at regional level that are constrained. Example, when there was the July 7th windstorm, fuel was needed to conduct an assessment across the length and breadth of the region. So we are supportive with regards to that. We also support other the security services, of course, who are on patrol to ensure peace and order, in the region. Occasionally, there will be some operations that are headed by the police, and then they will need support from the council to be able to carry out those activities.
Don't you think this consumption rate is not on a high side?
Looking at the high fleet of vehicles, both vehicle that I mentioned, it's not on the high side, because you could recall that the cost of fuel, has gone up, I think, 2 or 3 times in the year. That partially explains the high cost, but most importantly on road rehabilitation and community works.
How many vehicles do you have for this garbage collection?
Like I said, we have 8. The 8 compactors are there. You have the 2 open trailer trucks, and then you also have tractors as well, and you have tractors who are also doing the garbage collections as well.
For the whole region?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that is adequate? Going by the size of the region?
Yes, it's not adequate. It's not adequate. In addition to this one that I mentioned, you have two other trucks. Those are also open trailer trucks as well. So, because the region is one of the most rapidly urbanized in LGA. So, of course, there are plans, in the pipeline to procure additional garbage trucks to be able to adequately respond to the needs of the people in that aspect.
In the activity report on the Environmental Health and Sanitation Unit, there's a table that indicates the garbage collection by tonnage.
Which year, sir?
And that is in page 27.
Which activity report? 2020?
2020, I believe. 2020.
Yeah.
Let me refer you to the following areas. Brikama Fish Market, 17,520 tonnage is collected. Is it per year?
This report is per annum, so the figures represents that, yes.
This tonnage is per annum?
Yes, yes.
I don't know. Many a time, if you go to Brikama Fish Market area, you will see heap of garbage that is not collected. What is responsible for that?
If you observe, most of the garbage that are in the market, these are household waste. These are waste that are transported, from households and dumped in the market. No part of the market is established as a collection point. We have established 2 collection points around the market, which is located at Nana Johnson and also at the GPTC. But you could bear us witness that, you will go there and then you find garbage, on the floor. Even after realizing that, the bins is full to capacity. So you will see those wastes are not generated from the operations of the market. But rather, those are waste, that are from households. You see people who will transport waste all the way, outside of the market to bring waste into either the Nana Johnson or at the GPTC, GPTC bus station.
Yeah, but most of these items, we will say, are food-related garbage, not necessarily the household per se. Anytime you pass through Brikama market, you will see this heap of this garbage. One will not relate that to be the household ones that are dumped. I can't recollect that what you are saying actually happened to that of the Brikama car park. People used to come from Nema and other places to dump those material. But for Brikama fish market, I will not say 100% that the domestic waste are not dumped there, but most are from the market itself. I'm only concerned that the collection that is indicated here as annual collection, whether that is not on a low side, considering the fact anytime you go to Brikama Fish Market, you always find the condition of the market in that filthiness. That is my concern. I think every Gambian can attest to that. If you are reporting that this is the collection per annum, I am trying to note that that is under collection.
Let me explain. There are 3 collection points there. Maybe you're referring to the collection points inside the fish market, that is near the fish market. Is that correct?
No, within that portion of the market vicinity.
No.
There are a lot.
Which of the sites?
Specifically, the fish market entrance area, and then you go to this other side. How do you call it? Is it GPDC or the bus station area? Many a time you go there, you'll find this heap of garbage there.
That's where we have the bins. That is no longer the situation. So the other one that you talk about, the one at the fish market,
yes,
which is a mixture of the fish waste and also waste from the market.
Mm-hmm.
The fish market management committee is responsible for the collection and for the evacuation of that.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is that we have records of the number of trips, that are transported, from communities to Tamana, and this is how we base our calculations on. Because we know there have been there is considerable challenge with regards to addressing the issue of waste management, because the population is rapidly growing, and also you also have people moving from the rural areas to the urban centers, and then we know Brikama is rapidly growing.
Okay, on that? Okay.
Thank you very much, CEO. You have said that you do give helping hand as a matter of generosity to some institutions that are already subvented by the central government in giving them fuel and other settles that happens in your community. Don't you think those resources are meant for public services? And from which of your budget lines do you factor them in your budget? Because we are talking of issue of waste collections, and they need resources. You need resources, finances, in order to be able to manage those waste. And the limited finances available are being given to other institutions while there are some works to do. Don't you think that's the main cause of this indiscriminate waste within the markets?
I respectfully differ. That is not and cannot be responsible for the indiscriminate waste disposal. First, what is responsible for the indiscriminate waste disposal? A lot of factors. It depends on the attitude and the adequate collections of the waste by the council, which we admit that we have inadequate fleet of vehicles to be able to meet the needs of the people with regards to that. Now these subvention institutions are serving the same people that we are serving, and now if they run out of, if they are constrained, and then they formally request for this support. Previously, we were not giving them support, we were giving them support without any formal request. We have tried to graduate from that. Look, you need to request for this, that you actually need this number of liters to do A, B, and C. Now, example, when there was this windstorm, if there was no assessment, then government will not be able to determine her response, her mode of response. And council will also not be able to determine how to respond to meet the needs, both the immediate and then the long-term needs of the people. It is for these reasons and many others that force us, that motivate us, to at least give a helping hand. But these reports, these institutions are also very fair to us, because they report this, in their activity reports that are sent to their ministry, that the council have provided A, B, and C, for the assessment, and then they have given this support. Because we think we are both serving the same people, because if we do not provide that, there will be no assessment, and therefore government will not know how to respond, and we will not have data to provide to the international community who might need it to support the windstorm victims. So these are the reasons.
Who is responsible for the data collection? Is it not NDMA?
Yes, but we facilitate the assessment. We can facilitate the assessment by providing fuel for the vehicles that they will use. We don't give them vehicles, but we can facilitate that, because they will need to collect the data, with a vehicle, obviously.
On the Brikama.
Chair, do you have any bylaws to govern the issue of waste in your council?
Not yet. We do not have any bylaw at this point in time.
Okay.
We act on the anti-littering regulation.
Anti-littering regulation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other collection, you made mention that the Brikama Kabilos, you have 14,000 tonnage that is collected per annum. Still on the same page 27. I believe Brikama has about 24 Kabilos. That means per annum, each of them would have collection of 585 tonnage. Then monthly, that will be 48.75. Are you trying to say that all the Kabilos, they have their waste collected monthly?
Vehicles are allocated to the Kabilos, but these are not on regular intervals. Sometimes, you can have breakdowns with regards to vehicles, and that can affect, the number of days that is allocated for each Kabilo. So in that case, when it happens, we need to strategize, and then fix another date or assign another vehicle to do the collections. But I must admit that the collections, like I said earlier on, is not adequate for the residents, and we are working very hard to address that in the coming year.
If we have going by this, that you plan to do the collection for all the Kabilos in Brikama, but that may not be the case due to inadequate number of vehicles that you have for the collection, because going by this, one will look by record that is quite inadequate. Having about 24 settlements for only 14,000 tons to be collected per annum, that is on the far low collection as far as the waste of the waste collection of the township is concerned. As you reported, I can also report that the area where I come from, hardly we see a truck coming to do the collection. As you said, this is not regularly done, but I want to believe your itinerary should be dictating, that should actually guide you to say that this is what you anticipate for the collection to be done, whether you realize that or not, but you should be going by that. According to our itinerary, monthly, this is what we are expecting to collect. If there is any breakdown that you could not do, that can be reflective in the report.
Yes, sir. We have a itinerary that is guiding these garbage collections from the Kabilos. And for your information, you have a total of 12,674 households. So that's why I think this amount is really reasonable. Notwithstanding, the collection is very inadequate. I admit that.
Honorable colleagues here.
Talking of only Brikama, how about the other?
No, the list is there. Just go by your this thing. The list is there. They don't talk of Brikama. It's a long list.
12,000 households.
No, that one is only Brikama.
Yeah, from the GBO statistics, that's for Brikama, because he's mentioning Brikama, and the discussions are on Brikama at the meantime.
Yeah. Yes, Honorable Chair.
In the list, you have two Sanchebas, and number 34 you have Sancheba Sulejub, and then also number 28 you have Sancheba Sulejub. So my question will be, what about Sancheba, Tuba Sancheba, and then also these two areas, these two Sancheba Sulejubs, where are these bins posted? Where are they placed?
First,
exactly.
28 is on liquid waste for Sanchaba Sulejub. The other Sanchaba Sulejub, 34, is on the liquid, the other one is on solid. Yeah. The first Sanchaba Sulejub is on solid waste. The second one is on liquid. So the categories are different.
So where exactly in Sancho Basulejo?
Which category of waste?
I mean, where do you collect this from Sancho Basulejo, these two areas that you've mentioned?
Yes, ma'am. Which category of waste are you talking about?
Solid and liquid.
Yes, we have a scape being in Sancho Basulejo market. In addition, we also go around to these communities, based on an itinerary to be able to collect. Like I said earlier, the collection might not be adequate. The vehicles might not be able to cover the entire Sancho Basulejo, let's say, in a day. But these collections are ongoing. There's a need for us to improve with regards to increasing the number of vehicles, but also, to strategize to ensure that, we cover other places, within the same community as well. Not to be going at one place, to be collecting garbage from.
When was it last collected?
I will need to consult the manager on that to give you a feedback, but these collections are on weekly basis.
And then also with the Brufut graveyard, I don't know when you last went there, when you went there last to collect this garbage, because by the Brufut graveyard is really a mess. That area is not decent at all. That is the dump site by the baobab tree, towards Madiana Road. So I don't know when you last went there.
We will take note of your concerns and we'll communicate to the team. But like you can see in the activity report, it was reported in the 2020 activity report, which is about 420 tons.
At least I prefer you increase the quantity which will be collected from food graveyard. I think 420 tons is very, very slim.
That is obvious. It's dependent on the availability of the fleets of vehicles, and we are working extremely hard to increase the fleet of vehicles. Yeah.
Thank you very much, CEO, yes, and my colleagues. It has been a long day, and I must thank you all for that keen contribution to make this sitting a success. We have the GBA compliance report, and then adequately GBA read issues, and then the management also responded on all the issues that were raised by GPPA. And where you need to adjust, you indicated that you'll be adjusting, and I hope in 2023 we will not see a replica of issues that were made by GPA, so that you can adjust yourself. And GPA at the end concluded on the summary of the compliance trade that for 2019, the compliance trend for Brikama Area Council is rated 60%, whereas for 2020, it's rated 86%. That is quite a significant improvement as far as the council's compliance with GPPA is concerned, and which we will commend you for that. We are yet to see the 2021, and we hope from 86 it's not going to be 100. Can you assure us that? I want the chairman to assure us that this time round. You are from 60 to 86 now. From 86 by 2021 it will be 100.
Thank you, Honorable. I believe this is a clear testimony of what we have done.
Okay.
When we came, I think this was in 2019, when we first appeared here, we were rated at 40%.
Wow.
So from 40% to, 60% to 86%, I think my council and the Office of the CEO and the management are doing well to make sure that they are compliant.
Good.
And then to give you this assurance that this figure will not go down. Instead, it will be going up, or we still maintain the compliance that we are trying to make here. And I believe in 2023, whosoever might be around will see a significant improvement, even more than this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, and then the CEO. On that note, honorable colleagues, I said it's been a long day, and we have exhausted all the issues surrounding the finances and then the management later, the GPP, as well as the activity reports. We've noted all our concerns and response given by Brikama Area Council. They'll be quite recorded in our report, and then recommendations will be taken for actions to be taken on those issues so that they can be amicably addressed. On that note, honorable members, can somebody move that we consider and adopt the same reports of Brikama Area Council 2019 and 2020 and 2021? Yes, okay. That will come in the conclusion. The motion is raised. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she's reminding me to take note of that in the conclusion. It's noted. Yes, seconder. It has been moved and seconded that this August committee do consider and adopt the reports of Brikama Area Council 2020 and 2019. 2020 and 2021. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, the said reports of Brikama Area Council are considered and adopted for the onward consideration of the plenary. And when the report is laid before the plenary and then adopted, that will be forwarded to the committee concerned. That's his committee for implementation. As my colleague indicated, we thank you and commend you for the improvement that you have made in trying to comply with the submissions of your various reports, and then the responses that you also given. We also noted the shortcomings, and we hope you will adjust yourselves in addressing those shortcomings. On that note, I thank you all, and then can somebody move that we adjourn the sitting until tomorrow? Or do you have another issue coming? Okay. Yeah, we will suspend the sitting. We'll go for lunch, and then Brikama Area Council can be released. Members will be here to discuss. We have correspondence here to discuss. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Brikama Area Council, you can be released. Let's go for lunch. Let's go.